Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Billionaire's Temporary Marriage by Tamie Dearen, narrated by Jennifer Jill Araya. Chapter 1. 2 vertical pink lines. Brooklyn squeezed her eyes closed tight, hoping one of the lines might disappear. She looked again, but it was unmistakable. The second line remained, the line that spelled the end of her dreams. "I'm pregnant." With a bitter laugh at the irony, she considered texting a picture of the positive test to Nathan. She'd deleted his contact information from her cell phone when the final divorce papers arrived in the mail yesterday. But she still knew his number by heart, though he'd torn that heart to shreds. The moment replayed in her mind, as it had every day since the morning he handed her the divorce petition while she was still lying in bed. Just because my periods only come every 3 months doesn't mean I can't get pregnant. In shock, Brooke had attempted to make sense of the stack of papers in her trembling hands. What about the fertility specialist?
"I'm not giving a sample of my sperm to some laboratory just to prove what I already know. You're the problem. There's nothing wrong with me."
He'd lifted his chin in pride as he destroyed her with his next words.
"Otherwise, Wendy wouldn't be pregnant with my kid right now."
She flipped through the pages of the divorce petition, her eyes refusing to focus on the words. The room spun as her voice came out in a wobbly tone, bile rising in her throat. "You had this last night. Why didn't you give it to me then? Why did you sleep with me?"
"Just something for you to remember me by, baby."
As it had that morning, his laughter still rang in her ears. Brooke flung the pregnancy test into the metal trash can with a satisfying clang. Anger rising, she grabbed the 2 matching ones from the counter and gave them the same treatment. "I guess the last laugh is on you, Nathan," she muttered under her breath. Though she wasn't laughing. At least she wasn't crying. Not yet. But when reality sank in, she probably would be. How could she possibly keep her job now? She'd already been worried the board would let her go when they discovered she was divorced. But this sealed her fate. There was no way the strict, religious-based facility would want an unwed, pregnant woman counseling their troubled teenaged girls. She might have been able to hide the divorce for the next 5 months until she'd accumulated the therapy hours she needed to get her counseling license, but she wasn't going to be able to hide her growing stomach for long. Her hands slid down to rest on her belly, noting the roundness she'd attributed to water weight. A baby. She could only hope the baby was okay, since she certainly hadn't been eating well. At least she didn't drink alcohol, having never acquired a taste for it. She'd written off her fatigue and upset stomach as stress, only this past week noting that the time between her menses was even longer than the usual 3 months. But this morning, when she'd lost her breakfast of dry cereal, she'd decided to use one of the pregnancy tests in her medicine cabinet, left over from the 12-month period she and Nathan had purposefully attempted to have a baby. She couldn't think about it now. She had to get up and go to work. No one at Hayward Home had to know about the divorce, and she would hide the pregnancy as long as possible. But eventually, someone would discover the truth and she'd be out of a job. Maybe, by some miracle, she would find another paying job that allowed her to get the counseling hours required for her license. Even if she did, what were the chances the benefits would include health insurance, like her present employment? She hurried to her closet and flung the door open, groaning when she spied the only clean work polo, hanging there in all its offensive pink glory, laughing at her. "I hate pink!" She snatched the shirt, knocking the hanger to the floor in her haste. Just her luck. All the preferable polo shirts were in the bottom of the hamper. How could she have forgotten to do laundry again? She'd have to be more organized if she was going to survive life with a baby. I'm not ready to be a mother, especially not a single mom. 66 days. The 60-day waiting period required in Texas, plus 1 day for her impatient ex-husband to schedule the final perfunctory hearing, and 5 days for the papers to arrive in the mail. There could be no doubt how far along she was in her pregnancy. Maybe she would be more emotionally prepared by the time the baby was born. Tucking her purse strap over her shoulder, she grabbed a breakfast bar on her way out the door. With any luck, her stomach would settle and she could keep some food in. As she climbed into her aging two-door sedan, she tried to imagine maneuvering a baby seat into the back. "Sorry, Andretti." She stroked her hand across the cracked vinyl seat beside her. "It's not that you haven't been a good car, but I really need 4 doors." Yet she knew she didn't have the money to buy a vehicle, even if she traded for another used one. And how would she afford her medical co-payments, not to mention her $1,500 deductible? Coffee. Coffee would make everything better, even though it has to be decaf. Cole steadied the disposable cup in his prosthetic hand, a task made more difficult by the lack of feeling. It was a delicate balance. Too loose and the coffee would slip from his grip. Too tight and the cup would crumple. He'd worn his favorite prosthesis, a lime green mechanical arm that offered superior dexterity. Still, the lack of sensory feedback added major limitations. Soon he would have a state-of-the-art prosthesis that could actually feel, though this technology was still in the developmental stage. He got the usual stares from the coffee shop patrons. Some were probably curious about his neon hand, but a few might have recognized him, despite his low-tucked cowboy hat. Satisfied his coffee cup was secure, he used his real right hand to tuck a napkin in his pocket and retrieve his cell phone. He scanned his latest messages as he turned from the condiment counter and started toward an empty table next to the door. Intent on his phone screen, he didn't notice the person entering the shop until he collided with her. While the coffee lid should have prevented any spills, it was no match for the reflex tightening of his mechanical hand. The cup collapsed, popping the lid off to send coffee splashing to the floor, splattering everything in its path. Embarrassed, he put his phone away and surveyed the damage, an apology spilling from his mouth before he even got a good look at his victim.
"So sorry about that. I wasn't watching where I was going."
He wondered how much money it would cost him to make up for his moment of carelessness. What was happening to him? He was losing his edge. His painstaking attention to detail had always been his trademark, but lately he'd made a number of serious and costly mistakes, enough to keep his attorney agitated. Could this day get any worse? His gaze jerked to the source of the feminine voice, a sight that set his emotions whirling. Glossy brunette hair fell in soft waves, framing a pair of deep brown eyes and a pert nose. His pulse quickened with instant attraction. She held her arm forward at an awkward angle, her sleeve dripping with coffee that had drenched most of a once white cardigan, parted to expose a garishly bright pink shirt. Mouth gaping in a surprised "oh," she stared at him with her bottomless eyes, which appeared to grow larger by the second. From this close proximity, she must have recognized him. He waited, with dread, for the fawning to begin. She was pretty, that much was for sure. Any other day, he'd have taken advantage of the situation, flirting and asking her out. She would know in advance it would be a single date, part of his one-and-done mantra. But today he wasn't in the mood to play the usual games, especially since excited whispers were spreading around the coffee shop, every eye trained their direction. Phones came out as customers shared their celebrity spotting on social media.
"I'm very sorry, ma'am."
He tipped his Stetson and handed her a business card, hoping to settle the matter before they drew any more attention.
"I'll be glad to pay for your cleaning bill. Just call me at this number."
Her brows drew down, chin jutted forward, and the card was left dangling from his fingers. Is this your way of making a move on me? Because it's not going to work. He blinked at her.
What?
Do I have a sign around my neck that says, easy target? A genuine smile slid onto his face for the first time that morning.
I'm looking at your sign right now, and it clearly states, "Don't mess with me until I've had my coffee."
Her cheeks flushed, a grin playing on her lips. He was pleased to have put it there. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have accused you of anything, but you won't believe what just happened. Her arms flailed with emotion, flinging coffee from her dripping sleeve. Some guy in the parking lot just propositioned me at 8 o'clock in the morning. Can you believe that? All I did was say a polite hello. I guess I need a sign that says, not interested.
She's feisty. I like it. If it's any consolation, the coffee stains ought to ward the creeps off for the rest of the day.
Her mouth tugged up at the corners. That's a good point. She seemed so genuine, a rarity in his experience, outside his close circle of friends. And more importantly, it seemed she didn't recognize him. He had to find out.
I'm sorry about spilling on you. You see, I was holding my coffee in the wrong hand.
He thrust his artificial arm forward, still holding the crumpled paper cup, confident she couldn't fake a lack of recognition when he pointed out the bright green prosthesis he was famous for. No, it was my fault. I was looking up at the menu when I came in. Her gaze skimmed past his arm without pausing, settling on her own soggy one. It was hard to believe, but she seemed oblivious to his identity. He warmed inside, feeling a bit more inclined to flirt.
Perhaps it was destiny.
Probably so. She groaned, looking down at her clothes. I need to go home and change, but I can't because I have a meeting at work in 30 minutes. His hopes fell.
She recognized me, and now she's fishing for money.
With a resigned sigh, he retrieved his wallet and pulled out some folded $100 bills.
Here's $500. Go buy some new clothes. There's bound to be a dress shop close by.
His tone came out coarser than he meant. I'm not taking that. She backed away, staring at the money like it was a poisonous snake. For goodness sake, this sweater is ancient, and this is my least favorite work shirt. I'll be happy to throw it away.
She doesn't want money. Is it possible she really doesn't know who I am?
As the most well-known of the 4 kingpins at Phantom Enterprises, Cole rarely went anywhere without being recognized. Generally, he flaunted his fame and fortune, an attempt to compensate for all those times his classmates had ridiculed him about his deformed left arm, which ended before it reached his elbow. Truth be told, his preference for the neon green, robot-like hand was in part to prove he was no longer ashamed of his defect. His efforts had made him as famous for his fake arm as for his wealth and success. And his recent appearance on the Millionaire matchup finale, as the Bachelor in the coming season preview, had gained him even more notoriety. Cole seldom met someone who hadn't heard of him, so he couldn't help being intrigued with this woman.
You have to let me give you something for ruining your clothes.
He drew the napkin from his pocket and dabbed futilely at her sodden sweater sleeve as a male employee arrived with a mop and bucket.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Miller. We'll get this cleaned up right away.
Mr. Miller, huh? Brows drawn downward, her eyes darted from Cole to the employee and back. You must come here a lot. Funny, I've never seen you before.
My first time to come in the morning,
he said truthfully, as he stepped to the side, motioning for her to follow.
We should move out of the way. Mr. Miller!
A 50-ish man arrived and shoved a replacement coffee into his hand.
Here you go, Mr. Miller. Sorry about that cup. We should have had stronger ones. I brought you a souvenir mug, so you don't have to worry about that happening again. I'm Jack Winston, the manager.
Cole's victim cocked her head as she peeled off the sweater. "Who are you?"
"Don't you recognize him?"
the 20-something worker hissed, pointing with his mop handle.
"He's Cole Miller. You know, Phantom Enterprises. The guy with the..."
He made an awkward face, as people often did when the subject of Cole's prosthesis arose. "Oh, no," she groaned, her cheeks glowing as pink as her shirt. "Can I just melt into the mop bucket? I can't believe I didn't recognize you."
"Not a big deal,"
said Cole.
"Actually, it's kind of nice."
Par for the course after the morning I had. I get the chance to meet somebody famous, and I look like this. She gestured to her coffee-spotted shirt. At least her pants were dark, matching the coffee.
"Actually, your sweater took the brunt of it. Your shirt only has a few little coffee splashes on it."
"I'm not talking about the coffee." She gave him an exaggerated eye roll. "I'm talking about this stupid pink polo shirt. I promise I don't usually wear hot pink."
"You don't?"
Cole suppressed a grin. "I don't usually wear any shade of pink. I hate pink. But this was the only clean work shirt I had. That's why I was wearing this ratty sweater on top when it's going to be in the high 80s today." She moved to the condiment counter and grabbed a handful of napkins while she continued in a nervous chatter. "I'll just blot it a little, but I don't care if it's ruined forever. Actually, it looks better with the brown spots on it. Tones down the pink." As she dabbed the napkin on her shirt, Cole spied the logo on her pocket, the distinctive double H he'd come to know so well in the last few months. Hayward Home. His breath left him. Stunned, he stood like a statue while his mind raced. She had to be an employee at Hayward, the answer to his prayers. Surely she had access to the information he needed. At the very least, she knew someone with access. After months of dead-end trails and closed doors, she was the in he'd been looking for. Maybe he could buy her a coffee and casually get to know her. He painted on his most ingratiating smile and turned to speak to her. But she was gone. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Miller." The voice came from behind him. He whipped around to see her, head tucked down, as she slipped out the door. He couldn't let her escape, not when he was so close to finding the answers.
"Wait!"
Heart racing, he handed his coffee back to the confused manager and hurried after her. When he got outside, she was running across the parking lot, the soiled sweater hanging from her arm.
"Hey, stop! I don't even know your name!"
She reached her car, a small, dated sedan, and jumped inside. Cole ran toward the parking lot entrance, intending to block her way, but she pulled out of her parking space and exited behind the building, her tires spinning as she drove through a patch of gravel.
What just happened?
Chapter 2. Cole watched Finn's face disappear from the large video screen on his office wall. But Finn's laughter continued, even after he slid from his chair, presumably to roll on the floor. The conference call was doing nothing to improve Cole's mood. He'd hoped to get some encouragement from his 3 best friends and business partners. But Finn's antics had the other 2 laughing as well.
"There's nothing funny about this."
Cole crossed his arms and glared at the screen, waiting for Finn to reappear. With a strong friendship forged at a computer camp for teens with disabilities, Cole knew Finn cared deeply, despite his teasing. Living with a limited lifespan from his sometimes debilitating cystic fibrosis, Finn kept a lighthearted attitude, laced with droll wit. Cole usually found Finn's sense of humor entertaining, but was in no mood for it today. Jarrett Alvarez, on the split screen from his office in Denver, was the first to regain his composure. Like Cole, Jarrett also wore a prosthesis, having lost his leg as a young teen due to bone cancer.
"Maybe she ran away because Hayward Home warned her about you. Haven't you been fighting with them about releasing information?" Hayward Home doesn't know I'm involved. Garner made all the inquiries without giving a hint to my identity. He's been very careful. What if they kept tabs on the babies after they were adopted? They might have figured it out.
Jarrett leaned forward, his elbows on his desk, dark hair falling across his forehead.
My adoptive parents only lived in Houston for 3 years before my father died. I don't even remember him.
Cole ignored Finn as he crawled back up into his chair, instead addressing the other two, who were at least attempting to be supportive.
Mom moved to Kansas to live with her parents. She married Dad 2 years later, so my name was changed from Davis to Miller 5 years after the adoption, and I lived there until I graduated from high school. I can't believe Hayward could keep up with all that. But Garner's been asking questions about you. Surely their records show the baby had a deficient arm, and you're a celebrity with a missing hand, said Jarrett. They might have put 2 and 2 together and warned their staff about you. I guess it's possible.
He almost hoped it was true, though it would mean his chances of gaining information were slim to none. The woman's rejection bothered him more than he cared to admit. She'd thrown down the gauntlet, and he was determined to win, whatever it took.
What if she isn't single, and she thought you were trying to make a move on her?
Jarrett asked.
It's possible she's in a relationship.
Cole wasn't particularly happy about the idea.
The guy at the coffee shop said she had a ring but hadn't been wearing it lately.
With a gulp of water from his insulated cup, Finn regained enough composure to poke fun at him again.
Maybe the woman ran away because she hates city guys who dress up like cowboys.
Somehow the tease sounded even more irritating with Finn's slight British accent.
I own a ranch with 200 head of cattle.
Cole ground his teeth together, once again defending his preferred mode of dress to Finn.
I think that earns me the right to wear boots and a Stetson. But you've never been on a horse.
Finn grinned his challenge. Cole had no desire to ride a horse, and Finn knew it.
I don't need a horse. I can cover my entire 1,000 acres with my pickup and a 4-wheeler. Let's get back to the subject at hand,
said Branson Knight, who was broadcasting from New York, along with Finn.
What do you know about this woman? Her name is Brooke, and she comes in for coffee 3 or 4 mornings a week.
Cole wiggled his jaw from side to side, trying to relax the tight muscles.
The kid at Lava Java confirmed that she works at Hayward Home. He said he'd asked her about the logo on her shirts. I haven't seen you this uptight about a girl since college.
Despite having 2 sightless prosthetic eyes, Bran's piercing gaze seemed to read Cole's mind.
You still can't see me,
Cole joked, pulling at his suddenly too tight collar.
I see plenty.
Bran cocked his head.
You think Brooke might be different from all the other women, and you're afraid to find out. At some point, you have to give love a chance. Why can't you admit you like her?
Ever since Bran had tied the knot, he'd been after the others to settle down and get married. Finn had already followed suit, but Cole and Jarrett were firm holdouts.
Because I don't like her. She's just my only lead to find out about my birth mom. If I could get to know her, she might agree to do a little research for me.
Cole let out a nervous chuckle, his pen tapping a machine gun rhythm on the table.
But it doesn't matter. She's obviously not attracted to me, so it's another dead end. I bet the real reason she wasn't interested was that she saw you on that Millionaire matchup show.
Finn waggled his brows.
She knows you'll be married to someone else in a few months, so why bother?
Cole let out a low rumble from his throat.
I'm not getting married. Not now, not ever. Didn't you say they had you trapped?
Jarrett lifted his eyebrows in question.
That the document you signed was legally binding, with $1 million penalty for reneging. Yes, but Garner's gonna find some way to get me out of it.
He hoped and prayed his words were true.
I still don't understand why you even considered being on the show,
said Bran.
Unless you're not as opposed to marriage as you say you are. Alice McGowan, the show's producer, made it sound different. I told her I planned to be single for the rest of my life, and she bet me her matchmaker could find a woman who would change my mind. The show pays a huge donation to the charity of my choice, just for being on the show.
Cole counted it off on his fingers.
10 women, 10 television dates, a huge payment to Limitless, and a ton of publicity for Phantom Enterprises. At least we've already had some great publicity,
Jarrett said.
The stock prices took a leap after that show aired with your interview.
Cole rolled his eyes.
That's a small comfort. It's called Millionaire Matchup, said Finn. Just tell them you're a billionaire, not a millionaire.
In fact, their computer media information company, Phantom Enterprises, was a multi-billion-dollar business. Their gaming systems branch alone was worth more than $1 billion. But the four funneled a large part of their money into Limitless, their nonprofit arm, which benefited children with disabilities.
I imagine they've seen the public financials on Phantom Enterprises,
Cole said between gritted teeth.
Why not just do the show? Asked Jarrett. You might actually meet a woman and fall in love. If not, surely you can meet one you could stand living with for 6 months. Isn't that how long you have to stay married to fulfill the contract? I'm not sleeping with some woman I don't even love, married or not. What if she got pregnant?
A shiver went down his spine. He didn't expand on his question, but his friends understood his fears. He had nightmares of losing a baby to an abortion over which he had no control. Rather than a futile search for a woman he could trust with absolute certainty, he'd chosen never to allow any woman to carry his child.
She could have her own bedroom,
Bran suggested.
The contract specifies that we have to share a bedroom after we get married.
Cole found himself gripping the edge of his desk.
And yes, I know I wouldn't have to sleep with her, but I have to assume she'd be doing everything possible to make it happen, while pointing out that we were legally married. I don't want to depend on willpower alone. How would they know what happens in your own home? Asked Bran. They follow the marriage for 6 months. Jarrett intercepted the question. They have cameras in the home and catch the couple having fights or romantic moments. It makes for some great reality TV. Everyone wants to see how wealthy people live, and the drama just adds to the appeal. You're lucky they don't have cameras inside the bedroom. That's another reason I'm not doing the show, Cole said. I'm not giving up privacy in my own house. Maybe you shouldn't have signed the contract before Garner looked it over, said Finn. Thanks so much for stating the obvious.
Cole ladled on the sarcasm.
You're about as helpful as Garner. What's his advice? Bran asked. Garner says the contract is tight. Only Millionaire Matchup can cancel without a financial penalty. So he suggested I do something to make myself undesirable.
Cole gave a bitter laugh.
Just wearing that Stetson might do the trick,
Finn teased. Cole aimed a menacing glare at Finn.
But committing murder would be a sure thing.
Pregnant? Brooke winced at the shout in her ear, steeling herself for the rampage to come. Harper had inherited the family's fierce Italian temper. I can't believe this. You should have been more careful, Harper ranted. Who's the father? It was Brooke's turn to be angry. Nathan, of course. You know I would never sleep around. Brooke walked to her office door and checked the empty hallway before shutting it. Oh, you slept with him after he dumped you for Wendy? Harper asked. The night before, when I had no idea what was coming. Ew! You didn't tell me that. He's even more of a cow turd than I thought. I know you always hated Nathan, but there was a sweet side to him you never saw. You always believe the best about people, Brooke. You're just like Mom. You say that like it's a bad thing. I love Mom, but we both know she'd be in trouble if Dad weren't such a bulldog. Hang on a second. I need to pull onto the highway. Harper's voice paused, and Brooke could hear the sound of her car's blinker and the motor accelerating. Okay, I'm back. So, what are you going to do? I guess I'm going to have a baby. Should be easy for me. After all, I've been counseling all these pregnant women at Hayward Home. I just need to listen to my own advice. You better not tell Nathan right away. If he found out, he might appeal the divorce. The divorce is final. I got the decree in the mail yesterday. But Texas has a 30-day waiting period before it's really final. Aunt Patty told me all about it. Aunt Patty was the proverbial black sheep of their mother's 5 sisters. She was on her 5th marriage. Or was it her 6th? Not us. We waived the waiting period in the divorce decree. Anyway, I would never take him back after what he did. Just because she still loved him didn't mean she was a dish rag. Good for you, sis. You've got the Ponzio backbone. So I'll get to be a single mom. She said it with a yippee in her voice. I hope you don't give the baby up for adoption. Isn't that what most of the wayward girls are doing? Hayward. Brooke wasn't sure why she went to the trouble to correct her sister. It wouldn't change anything. Harper loved to use substitute names for places and things. Only about 1/3 are giving up custody. The rest are going to be single mothers. We help them find jobs and childcare and such. I thought it was basically a private adoption agency. They started out that way 40 years ago, but now they provide these women with all the resources they need so they won't feel abortion is their only choice. Adoption is one alternative, and they don't push it. Brooke shut down her computer and grabbed her tote bag, heading for the door. Honestly, it's an awesome place, even if the board is a little on the strict side as far as religion is concerned. A little? Harper let out a harsh chuckle. They won't even let you wear makeup to work. I'd say that's pretty strict. Didn't you say they might fire you if they find out about the divorce? It's possible, and adding a baby to the picture isn't going to make it better. Brooke kept her voice down as she went down the hallway, even though she was probably the last to leave. Good grief! I hadn't even thought about that. Hey! A horn sounded. That idiot practically changed lanes right on top of me. Let's talk about your diet. What have you eaten today? Well, I need to eat better for sure. No time for lunch today. I'm on my way out, so I'm eating my sandwich. Juggling her bag and her phone, she found her lunch sack, hoping her nausea would settle with a bit of food. You brought a sandwich? What's on it? Harper sounded alarmed, as if she'd said she was going to eat lead. Just a ham and cheese sandwich, nothing weird. Don't eat it. Pregnant women can't eat deli meat. You could get a listeria infection. Did you learn this at vet school? Are you sure this isn't something that's only true for dogs or cats? No, it's true for humans, I promise. With a forlorn look at her enticing sandwich, she stuck it back in her bag, before punching the elevator button to open the doors. Can I eat my grapes? Yes, grapes should be fine. As she plucked a grape off the stem and popped it in her mouth, a bone tiredness swept over her. She wanted nothing more than to slide down to the elevator floor and hide her head in her arms. Harper, I don't know if I can do this. Brooke, you can do this. I'll help you. Why did God let this happen? I tried to do everything right. Her voice croaked with climbing emotions, probably due to the pregnancy. At least she had an excuse for her mood swings now. I know the timing is awful, But I believe this baby is going to be a blessing from God. Just wait. When you hold it in your arms, you won't care who the father is." Harper cleared her throat. "Speaking of fathers, are you going to tell Nathan?" "I guess I should, but not right now. I'll probably end up moving home." "To nowhere, Oklahoma?" Brooke chuckled at her sister's joke. "Bel Air's not that bad." "You'll never find a place to do counseling in Bel Air. You need to come live with me in Baton Rouge." Brooke could almost see Harper give a sharp nod, like the matter was settled. A year older than Brooke's 29, her sister had always been bossy. "I appreciate the offer, Harper, but you don't have time to help me with a baby, not in your last year of vet school." The elevator doors opened on the ground floor, and Brooke stepped out, glancing down the empty hallway. She turned down the long corridor that led through the downstairs of the residence hall toward the employee parking lot. "We'll find a way to make it work," said Harper. "It could be fun." As Brooke passed a water cooler, she stopped to gulp down a cup of water. Her stomach clenched in protest, and she moaned. "I don't think this is going to be fun no matter where I live. I've thrown up twice today." "I thought you said you hadn't eaten." "I haven't. Today my stomach doesn't even like water." The nausea subsided. "Okay, that's better. I think I can make it to my car. It's better when I'm sitting down." "You need to find a doctor," said Harper. "I'll have to find an OBGYN here, at least for now. But if I move home, I'll have to see Dr. Kennedy." She shivered. It would be so weird for him to be my doctor when I would see him at church every Sunday morning. "Gross! No way I could do that. You can't have a baby in Bel Air anyway," Harper said. "They don't even have a hospital." "I plan to stay here as long as possible, but I have to make plans for when I lose my job." "There must be some way you could stay in Houston. Can't you find another job? You have a college degree. If you aren't looking for a counseling gig, surely you could find something." "Not too many jobs out there for a psychology major, and I need one with insurance. Even this job doesn't have paid maternity leave." Her head spun, and she stopped until she felt steady again. "I don't know how I can avoid moving home." "How about a dating app? You could find another husband and get married before anybody at Hayward Home finds out about it." "Sure, there are probably tons of guys who want to marry a pregnant woman. Anyway, I've sworn off men forever." Unbidden, Cole Miller's face passed through her mind. The humiliation of the morning flooded back, sending blood rushing to her face. "I haven't even told you the worst thing that happened this morning." "Worse than being pregnant with your loser ex-husband's baby and thinking you might be about to lose your job? I'm afraid to ask." "Guess who I ran into in the coffee shop this morning?" "Who? Someone from the board of directors?" "No, your secret crush, Cole Miller." "Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Did you talk to him? Did you mention you have a sister who's in love with him? I can't believe he's doing Millionaire Matchup. I'm going to lose him." She made a sad moaning sound. "Maybe he could pull some strings and get me on that TV show. I'd marry him in a heartbeat. Those other women don't love him like I do." "Sorry, no chance of that happening. I was walking in the door looking up at the wall menu for something with decaf, and I literally ran into him. His coffee spilled all over me. Then I babbled like an idiot and didn't even recognize him." Brooke passed through the reception lobby and waved at the guard. "How could you not recognize him? He isn't as good-looking in person as his pictures? No, don't tell me. Don't destroy my dream." Harper giggled. "He's smoking hot in person." Brooke shoved her way out the exit door and onto the sidewalk that stretched alongside the row of dormitory-style rooms. "I was just so flustered, thinking about the baby and all. I didn't really look at Cole until this employee was gushing all over him and called him Mr. Miller." Brooke fanned herself against another surge of nausea. Then I saw people in Lava Java taking pictures of him and me. I'm probably all over social media, splattered with coffee, no makeup, wearing a horrid pink polo shirt. That totally stinks. Except for the part about meeting Cole Miller, and the part about the pink shirt. You know I love pink. I might like it too if I hadn't been forced to wear your hand-me-down shirts all through middle school. Every single one was pink. Huh, I did you a favor. With our coloring, we look great in pink. Harper didn't give her a chance to argue. What happened after you collided with Cole? I hightailed it out of there as fast as I could. Brooke stopped as she passed a trash can, digging the sandwich from her bag and tossing it inside. I can't believe I didn't even notice his hand. How could I miss a bright green robot hand? I wish I'd been there. I'd be perfect for him. I love cowboys. I could take care of his cattle and his dog. You know, he has a bull mastiff. That's a cool breed. Believe me, I wish it had been you instead of me. You have to go back there tomorrow and look for him. Show him my picture. Give him my number. Didn't you hear me? I was completely mortified. I'm never going back to that coffee shop because I never want to see Cole Miller again. She rounded the corner of the building and slammed into a brick wall. A 6'1" boot-clad wall whose hand reached out to steady her, sending a ripple of sparks to blow the circuits in her system.
Sorry about that, Brooke.
Cole grinned, flashing a dimple, and somehow sucking every molecule of breathable oxygen from the air around them.
Seems like I have a habit of running into you today. Literally.
With a mouth that felt like she'd gargled saltine crackers, Brooke rasped into the phone, still glued to her ear. Harper, I need to call you back. Chapter 3. Cole whipped a bouquet of flowers from behind his back.
I got these for you, as an apology for spilling the coffee.
Thanks, she said in a squeaky voice as she accepted the assortment of somewhat wilted flowers. Her gaze flicked to the adjacent landscaping, whose nearby annuals were sparser than the rest, and she battled to keep a straight face. You picked them out of the flower bed? His hand lifted as if to tip a hat, though the Stetson he'd worn earlier that morning was missing. On his forehead, an unruly lock of sandy brown hair dared her to tuck it into position.
It's the thought that counts, right?
He asked.
And notice, there are no pink flowers in this bunch.
A grin fought its way onto her face, but her pulse raced like a rabid dog was chasing her. He seemed to be flirting with her, but it felt all wrong. Her divorce had only been final for a few days. Anyway, it had to be her imagination. There was no way Cole Miller could be interested in her. She held her breath, willing her heart to slow down. You're right. No pink. Thank you for the flowers. She drew her brows downward, attempting a stern look. But what are you doing here? And how did you find me?
Shall we walk while we talk?
With a way too innocent expression, he offered an elbow. She wanted to refuse. After all, he'd invaded her privacy by tracking her down. Unfortunately, she noted his bright green prosthetic hand protruding from the shirt sleeve jutted toward her. If she turned him down, he might be insulted, thinking she was balking at touching the prosthesis. She shoved the bedraggled flowers into her tote and set her hand in the crook of his arm, doing her best to ignore the strange lumps that might have been a part of the prosthetic hardware. You can walk me to my car, but that's all. As they moved, a wave of vertigo hit, and she gripped a little tighter.
It's a nice day, isn't it?
Don't change the subject, she said. You've got a lot of explaining to do if you don't want me to think you're just like that creep who propositioned me this morning. A sheepish smile exposed sparkling white teeth.
I just feel bad about the coffee mishap, and you ran off before I could make it right.
But how did you find out my name and where I work? You have to admit that's pretty high on the creepy scale.
That's the first time anyone's ever accused me of being creepy. He cocked his head to the side. Everyone knows who I am, so I'm usually above suspicion.
Or maybe everybody thinks you're creepy, only no one says it because you're rich. Cole threw his head back and laughed.
Until you came along and felt obliged to let me know just how weird and disturbing I am.
Exactly. She squinted at him, nausea swirling in her belly. For instance, you're still avoiding my questions. How did you figure out who I am and who I work for? He shrugged his deliciously broad shoulders, and she wondered if he lifted weights with his prosthesis.
It wasn't all that difficult, really. Lester told me all about you.
Lester?
The guy at Lava Java.
A wrinkle formed between Cole's eyebrows.
I think he has a thing for you.
She had only a vague remembrance of the coffee shop employee she'd probably talked to at least 100 times, but she wasn't about to admit how oblivious she normally was to her surroundings. Oh, that Lester. Yeah, nice guy. Without prompting, Cole turned down the second row in the parking lot, headed toward her sedan.
He said you used to wear a wedding ring.
The unspoken question dangled in the air. She pretended not to notice. Well, as long as you're here, I'd better inform you that my sister, Harper, is in love with you. His gorgeous hazel eyes, with specks of dark green, crinkled at the corners.
Is that so?
Yes, I've been ordered to tell you that she would be the perfect wife for you. She loves cowboys, and she's in her last year of vet school so she could take care of your cows and horses and dogs and such.
I'll keep that in mind if I ever decide to get married.
That's happening pretty soon, right? What with the matchmaker show coming? He groaned.
Don't talk to me about Millionaire matchup. Biggest mistake of my life.
They reached her car and she fumbled for her keys in the bottom of her bag. His penetrating stare made her palms sweat, and she found herself prattling on and on. Harper was hoping you could get her on that reality show. Seriously, I think you should consider it. If you have to marry someone, you couldn't find anyone better than my sister. She's not only super smart, she's also beautiful. Thick, dark hair, gorgeous complexion, the whole package.
She can't be any more smart and beautiful than you.
His hoarse words caressed her, warming her from the inside out. Blood rushed to her cheeks while her heart performed a perfect double backflip. So what if he was only flirting? His teasing comment was nicer than anything Nathan had said the entire time they were married. It helped that Cole had never laid eyes on Harper, who'd definitely inherited the best genes from their parents. In contrast to her sister, Brooke's nose was a little too pointed, her chin a bit too prominent, her lips too full. Harper had green eyes, while Brooke's were ordinary brown. Brooke found herself hoping the two would never meet and spoil his illusions. With trembling fingers, she punched her key fob, relocking the car door twice with a telltale honk before finding the unlock button. He leaned against her car door, his arms folded like he was planning to camp out. Can I get in my car, please? And by the way, you're probably getting dirt all over your jeans. Being single, she couldn't afford the luxury of washing the car. He didn't budge.
Let's go grab a bite to eat. I'd like to know more about you. It won't even be a date, so you don't have to feel awkward. Just friends. I'll even let you pay for your own meal.
Mr. Miller.
Call me Cole.
Long lashes blinked over those hopeful hazel eyes, and she felt like she was kicking a puppy. Cole, you've more than made up for the coffee spill that was as much my fault as yours. But you're better off not knowing any more than you already do.
Why? Are you wanted by the FBI?
His eyes twinkled. No, it's just a waste of time. We have nothing in common to base a friendship on. Sure, I could use a rich friend, but I've got nothing to offer in return.
Aren't you a counselor?
The question caught her off guard. Yes. Well, no, I don't have my license yet, but I have my master's in marriage and family counseling. Fat lot of good it did me. I couldn't even save my own marriage.
I could use a little advice right now.
Cole cleared his throat.
I'm willing to pay.
Thanks, but I can't accept pay for private counseling until I get my license. I'm working under a licensed counselor right now. In fact, I have to go home and transcribe my notes for the day. Saliva started flowing inside her mouth as her nausea returned with a vengeance. Desperate to sit down, she reached for the car handle, expecting him to move out of the way. He didn't. Instead, his right hand came to rest on top of hers.
Please, Brooke, I need to talk to you.
Before she could think of a response, her stomach heaved. She dropped her tote and turned, barely making it a few steps away before she threw up right in front of him. At least there was nothing but water splatting onto the hot pavement. His arm went around her waist.
Are you okay? Should I call an ambulance?
I'm fine. Eyes watering, she straightened, wiping her lips on the back of her hand. I'm just pregnant.
Pregnant?
He repeated the word in a strained voice. Yes, I'm a newly divorced woman pregnant by my cheating ex-husband. She clenched her jaw, angry that her voice was trembling. You see, I told you you'd be better off if you didn't know any more about me. That ought to send him running. His eyes narrowed, jaw hardening.
I'm driving you home.
Cole ignored Brooke as she let out yet another heavy sigh. Other than asking for her address, he'd barely spoken to her since helping her into the passenger seat. He knew he was acting like a boorish caveman, but it was all he could do to hold himself together while he drove. With his hands gripping the steering wheel so they wouldn't shake, he concentrated on the traffic and the navigation instructions from his phone. How are you going to get your car? Brooke asked in an irritated tone.
I'll take a taxi.
His jaw was so tight he could barely squeeze the words out. You know, I drove myself to work this morning. I could have driven home. He answered with a grunt. He couldn't possibly explain his compulsion to take care of her. Hopefully his protectiveness wasn't ill-placed. Did he dare ask if she planned to keep the baby? If not, would she change her mind if he offered to provide financial help? He had to assume she needed money or she wouldn't be driving this dilapidated car. Maybe her ex-husband wasn't paying child support.
Tell me about your ex,
he said. After a moment of silence, she replied, No.
No?
A glance at her face told him she'd progressed from irritated to angry. You don't have the right to know anything about me, just like you didn't have the right to jerk my car keys out of my hand.
I had to. You weren't in any condition to drive.
That wasn't your call to make. This probably wasn't the best time to offer help with her money problems.
A gentleman doesn't desert a lady in distress.
He turned onto her street, eyeing her complex, Park Avenue apartments, with growing repugnance. The rundown buildings had nothing in common with the famous street in New York. He pulled the car in the driveway. Right over there. She pointed to the left. Park in that spot. He pulled to a stop and unfolded himself from the tiny car, racing around to open her door. With the strap of her bag over her shoulder, she climbed out, slicing him to pieces with her eyes. Thank you for hijacking my car. She held out her palm. I'll take my keys now.
Please, Brooke.
His heart was doing the fight or flight thing.
I want to help you.
I don't want your help. She snatched the keys from his hand.
But what are you going to do about the baby?
None of your business. As she stomped toward her apartment, he followed on her heels until she spat over her shoulder. "Leave me alone!"
Wait.
He almost grabbed her arm, but thought better of it.
I'm sorry I got so pushy. Please, give me a chance to explain.
She reached the stairs and stopped, turning with crossed arms and narrowed eyes. "You've got 60 seconds. Her foot began to tap, counting off the time.
You have to promise you won't tell a soul what I'm about to tell you. Don't you have to sign some sort of oath to protect a person's privacy when you're counseling?
30 seconds. The foot continued its steady beat. He should leave now and keep his secret safe. He barely knew this woman. No doubt he'd already lost any chance of coercing her into pilfering information about his mother. Why did his shoes feel like they were full of concrete?
I was adopted from Hayward home.
He wished his words back the moment they escaped. Are you kidding me? The doubt in her expression was a relief.
Yeah, I was just joking.
He backed away and forced out an awkward chuckle, unable to meet her eyes.
I'm sorry I bothered you. Hope you feel better.
Her eyebrows lifted together, her hand flying to cover her mouth. Holy crickets! You're telling the truth, aren't you?
No, really, I was kidding. I'm actually from Kansas.
He glanced at his watch.
I should get going.
He reached up to tip his hat, forgetting he'd left it in his truck. As he turned to make his escape, fingers gripped his arm. Cole! Her hair fluttered as she blew a loose strand out of her face. I know you're lying. You can't even look at me.
I'm telling the truth now. I was lying the first time.
He locked eyes with her, hoping she didn't notice the sweat beading on his forehead. She shook her head. We can talk, but you have to be completely honest. Will you promise? Part of him wanted to run away as fast as he could, but the other part wavered, gluing his feet in place. Something in her deep brown eyes drew him like a magnet to steel. Was it possible he could trust her? Did he dare take a chance? If she told him she was going to have an abortion, he would probably lose his temper. Then she might retaliate by telling the world his secret. When he didn't respond, her lips pressed in a tight line. She whipped around and clumped up the metal stairway, each step ringing with her anger. With his chest so tight he could barely breathe, he hurried up behind her.
Wait, Brooke, can I ask you one question?
She stopped, twisting to look over her shoulder. You can ask. I may not answer.
I know this is personal, but...
He swallowed a lump the size of Kansas.
Are you going to keep the baby?
Her eyes went round, like a possum at night. Why do you want to know?
Just curious. If funds are tight and you don't have enough money to take care of the baby...
Mr. Miller, I'm not giving up this baby for adoption, even if you offer me $1 million. So if that's what you're looking for, this conversation is over. Flooded with relief, his gut uncoiled. She obviously loved her unborn child already. That alone made him determined to help her out. At the very least, she needed a new car.
No.
He stepped beside her, placing his hand on the small of her back, urging her upward. Obviously, she also needed a new place to live, something on the first floor and in a nicer neighborhood.
I don't want to adopt a baby. I want to help you keep him.
Her stiff posture drooped as she trudged upward. Mr. Miller, I really don't understand why you would do that, but right now I'm too exhausted to argue with you. 2 flights of stairs, followed by a long walk down and around the corner on the open balcony corridor, and they reached her apartment. The stairs seemed too far removed to be safe if there was ever a fire. He bit his tongue as she jiggled the key around to unlock the door, which didn't even have a deadbolt. He hated this place already. The small apartment was clean and tidy, though sparsely furnished. The paint and flooring had certainly seen better days. Brooke dropped her bag and crossed to the well-worn couch, collapsing onto it with melted bones. He stepped into the compact kitchen area and located a glass in the cabinet. His attempt to use the refrigerator water dispenser was rewarded with only a loud buzzing sound. "That thing doesn't work," Brooke said from the couch, cracking one eye open. "You'll have to drink tap water. I'm sorry I can't offer you a soft drink." He filled the glass at the sink and brought it to her.
"This is for you."
"For me?" she asked, her eyes wide. "Thank you." She must think he was a spoiled, inconsiderate brat if she was shocked that he would bring a pregnant woman a glass of water. As he moved the footstool and gently lifted her feet onto it, he heard a loud sniff. "I wish you wouldn't do that." She snatched a tissue from the box on the end table and dabbed her eyes.
"Do what? Move the furniture?"
"No, I wish you wouldn't be nice to me." She wadded the tissue in her hand. "I'm trying to stay mad, and you're making it hard."
"Don't be mad."
He gave her a pleading smile. It was worth a try, even though she seemed impervious to his charms. Perched beside her on the couch, he would have touched her arm, but he didn't dare touch her with his robot hand. It might freak her out.
"I'm only trying to help."
Arms folded across her chest, her chin lifted. "And what do you want in return?" He tried to say,
"Absolutely nothing."
but his lips refused. If he lied to her now, he'd be no better than her cheating ex-husband. She'd been hurt enough.
"I'll be honest with you,"
he said, his throat so tight it was hard to breathe.
"There is something I want from you. But you have to trust me when I say that's not why I'm helping you. And the real truth is I'm going to help you whether you help me or not."
Pupils dilated, her eyes bored into his. He blinked, but didn't look away. After a short eternity of staring until his soul was laid bare, she gave a sharp nod. "Talk to me. I'm listening." Chapter 4. Brooke wasn't sure exactly when it happened. She'd been quite intimidated when he first started telling his story. In fact, the entire situation seemed rather surreal. But somehow, as he talked, she'd begun to think of Cole Miller not as rich and famous, but as an ordinary guy who'd had a tough childhood and come out of it with more than a few scars. Considering the cruelty of his schoolmates, it was amazing he hadn't succumbed to depression. It seemed his friendships with the teens who eventually became his business partners had sustained him through the years. "If you really want to talk to your birth mom, you should try locating her through one of the DNA websites."
"Been there, done that."
He fell back against the couch cushions.
"I've been on 3 of those sites for the last 6 years. No leads whatsoever."
"Listen, Cole, I wish I could help you. I really do." It was hard to disappoint him when he looked like a forlorn little boy. "But even if I could access the records, I can't disclose protected information about your birth mom."
"I know, but I thought..."
His voice trailed off as his fingers pushed through his hair into adorable disarray. Lost in thought, he stared at something on the other side of the wall. "You thought what?" she encouraged. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, his gaze aimed at the ratty carpet that never looked clean, no matter how many times she vacuumed.
"See, I don't really care if I meet her or not. My parents love me, and I don't want another mother."
"Then why do you want her information? Are you concerned about your health history?"
"No."
His head turned, and pain-filled eyes locked with hers.
"I just need to know why she did it."
"You mean, Why she gave you up for adoption? She laid her hand on his arm. Most of the girls who come to Hayward Home are young, single, and destitute. 35 years ago, when your birth mom was there, adoption was usually the only alternative. Now, we give financial support, so 2/3 of the women decide to keep their babies.
But maybe.
His Adam's apple convulsed in his throat.
Maybe she was going to keep me until she saw what was wrong with me.
Oh, Cole, surely not. Brooke put her hands on her slightly rounded belly. I can tell you right now, I would love this baby no matter what. There's no way I would give him or her up just because there was a birth defect.
I was 2 months old when my mother got me. I think my birth mother tried to love me, but couldn't.
She swallowed back her growing emotional response, tears stinging at the back of her eyes. There has to be some other explanation.
It could be even worse than that. I've been told it's possible.
His stare shifted to someplace beyond the opposite wall.
That my missing arm is the result of a botched abortion attempt.
Brooke's stomach lurched, and she clutched the couch cushion. It's not impossible, but that has to be very rare. If that actually happened, it would have been at an illegal clinic by some unqualified abortionist.
I'm aware of that.
His tone was flat and emotionless, but his jaw muscles clenched.
I've done my research.
But you should also know that 35 years ago, most of the women in Hayward Home were there because a parent brought them. So whatever happened with your birth mom probably wasn't even her decision. His gaze snapped to hers.
Right there. That's all I would need. Even knowing she was underage and her parents signed her in. That would make all the difference. Can't you find out for me?
I'm sorry, but it wouldn't be ethical. Her chest hurt, watching his shoulders droop at her words. Can't you just choose to believe that's what happened?
You think I'm screwed up, don't you?
His laugh was bitter.
Well, you're right, but usually I cover it up.
You're not any more screwed up than I am. She shifted as her stomach protested its emptiness in a loud way. He frowned and rose to his feet.
You need dinner. Let me cook something for you.
Seeing to her needs seemed to pop him out of his melancholy, an encouraging sign that he wasn't clinically depressed. You can cook? I figured you had a private chef at your house. His lips curved in a crooked grin as he walked into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator.
My mother would kill me if I wasted money like that. I even do my own laundry.
That's amazing! Do you clean your own bathroom, too? He peeked around the refrigerator door.
No, but please don't tell Mom I hired someone to clean.
So you don't have a chauffeur driving you around in a limo?
I drive my own Ford pickup, and it's even been mudding.
That sounds fun. I've always wanted to go mudding.
I'll take you mudding sometime on my ranch.
He said it like it was nothing. Cole Miller offered to take her mudding. The Cole Miller. It was starting to feel like a weird dream again. Harper was going to die when she heard about Cole's visit. Brooke had already ignored 10 phone calls from her. No doubt if she weren't living 4 hours away in Baton Rouge, she'd be knocking on Brooke's door. He stuck his head back into the fridge.
You've got nothing in here.
Yeah, I know. I'll go to the grocery store tomorrow after I get paid. I can eat some cereal for dinner tonight.
You're pregnant. You need to eat healthy.
His scolding tone struck her wrong. That's none of your business. You have to cut me some slack anyway. I just found out this morning. He slammed the refrigerator door closed and marched back.
You mean you haven't even been to the doctor? Should we go to the emergency clinic?
There's no hurry to see a doctor. Besides, I have to keep it a secret as long as possible, so I can't take off work.
Why hide it? Was your ex abusive?
He perched on the edge of the couch, his expression so worried she forgave him for being intrusive. Nathan was a jerk at the end, but not an abuser.
Then why can't people know you're pregnant?
She waffled for a moment, between protecting her privacy or telling him the truth. But after he'd been so vulnerable, she felt obliged to do the same. The board at Hayward Home is really conservative. I had to be a married church attender to even be considered for the job. They probably won't like having a divorced woman counseling their unwed mothers, much less a divorced, pregnant woman. She cut him off before he could argue the point. They're allowed to discriminate for things like that for professional employees. I'm technically employed by a church. The furrow between his brows deepened. Then he smiled and reached over with his real hand to pat her knee.
You don't need that job. If they fire you, I'll take care of you.
I don't want your money! She knocked the condescending hand away, refusing to admit his touch had sent a thrill to the tips of her toes. After what happened with Nathan, I never want to be dependent on a man again. Anyway, I need that job to get my counseling hours in so I can get my license.
But I need to make this right.
Cole popped to his feet and began to pace, his frenzied movements contrasting with the molasses in Brooke's veins.
That's what I do. I fix things. Obviously, I'm not that great with my hands, so I fix things with money.
Some things can't be fixed with money. She could think of several ways a large amount of money could solve most of her problems, but it felt wrong. In her heart, she knew she'd regret accepting that kind of charity, no matter how tempting the money and its source. Her stomach growled again. There is something you can do for me. 2 things. He turned to face her.
Anything. What do you want?
First, can you grab a box of Cheerios out of the cabinet next to the stove? He practically sprinted into the kitchen.
Where are the bowls?
I don't need a bowl. Just bring me the box. He returned with the cereal and a grimace.
Plain, dry Cheerios.
She dug her hand into the half-empty box. I never put milk on my cereal. Soggy cereal is gross. His head gave a little shake.
What's the other thing?
This is a big one. She knew he'd balk at her next request, but she had to try. And it's probably impossible.
I can't make independent decisions about Phantom Enterprises or Limitless, but other than that, I'll do my best. What is it?
I mentioned it before, but I'm serious about it. Can you try to get my sister on Millionaire Matchup? He made a face like he'd bitten into a piece of rotten fruit.
Brooke,
You don't have to promise to marry her. Just give her a chance.
I would, but I'm not going to be on the show.
You're not? But I saw you on the preview at the end of the last season.
You heard my story.
His eyes became narrow slits.
You understand why I can never get married. No offense, but I don't trust women. I'll never be able to unless I get some answers from my birth mother.
Only her training kept her from blurting out, "That's dumb to judge all women by the actions of one." She knew that every person's perspectives were colored by their own experiences. And the more traumatic the experience, the more likely it would affect everything else a person perceived. Hadn't she already decided she would never trust another man? If that's how you feel, why let people believe you're going to be on the show? She asked, before shoving another handful of cereal into her mouth.
It's a long story.
His gaze went to the ceiling.
Basically, someone goaded me into it, and I was rash enough to sign a contract without reading it. I'm serious about avoiding marriage, so I have a 1-date-per-woman policy. I thought I would be the show's lone rebel bachelor who rejected every prospect. Didn't know the contract specified a huge financial penalty if I don't marry one of them.
I have an idea. Brooke sat up straight, excited by her plan. Hear me out. You could get my sister on the show and choose her at the end. Except the two of you have a private contract that says the marriage isn't real and is going to end on such and such date.
To fulfill the contract, we'd have to live together, and that's not happening.
Cole, she made her voice gentle, I honestly think you might have a chance to heal with my sister. Harper is the kindest soul you'll ever meet. She's probably taken in a dozen stray pets. Who knows? If you live with her for a couple of months, you might decide you trust her enough for a real marriage. She took a sip of water, watching his reactions. His fingers stroked his broad jaw, shadowed with the day's growth of beard, and her hopes sprang to the surface. He was actually considering the idea. All her sister would have to do was postpone her senior year of vet school. Surely that was a possibility. Cole's contemplative expression morphed into a smug grin.
I think it's a great idea.
You do? Brooke was already anticipating giving Harper the news. She would have to record the phone call somehow. This was going to be epic. She took another sip of water.
Except, instead of your sister, it should be you.
She sucked in a stunned breath, and the water in her mouth went with it. A choke turned into a gag. Seconds later, she was racing for the bathroom, her stomach heaving. Chapter 5.
Let me get this straight.
Garner took off his glasses and massaged the bridge of his nose, his elbows resting on the gleaming mahogany desktop.
You asked a woman to marry you, hoping to get her on the show as one of the contestants, and now you want me to draw up a prenuptial agreement? I just want to know if it violates the contract. I still have to talk her into it,
Cole said as he paced in front of the desk, irritated at the previous evening's end.
You mean she turned you down? She did, but I'm sure she didn't mean it. Puking up Cheerios put her in a bad mood.
Garner's forehead wrinkled in question, but he muttered,
I'm not even going to ask. I'm positive I can persuade the producer to include Brooke in the show. Alice owes me that much, after she tricked me into signing on the dotted line. From what I remember, it might break the contract to enter into a separate legal agreement with one of the female contestants.
Garner retrieved his glasses and thumbed through the 20-something page document on his desk, yellow highlights and red-inked notes littering every page. His finger landed on one particularly colorful spot.
Yes, I was right. And the contract definitely states you can't specify an end to the marriage in your official prenup. The courts would frown on that anyway.
Cole leaned over the desk and glared at the upside-down document, tempted to light a match to it. He was running out of time and options. He had to make this plan work. Otherwise, he had no choice but to pay the $1 million penalty to back out of the show. There was no one to blame but himself. He'd made an expensive mistake, disregarding the lesson he'd learned long ago, never to trust anyone who hadn't proven himself.
But what if we had a secret prenuptial agreement? Too risky. One slip of the tongue and you'd be in breach of contract.
Glasses off again, Garner pinched the bridge of his nose.
You know, I didn't have a single gray hair until I started working for you.
Cole chuckled as he sank into one of two chairs facing the desk. His attorney sported the same premature white hair he'd had 6 years ago when Cole had hired him.
I don't think you can blame that hair on me. You're right. My father gets credit for it.
Garner leaned back in his chair, an enigmatic smile on his face.
But I want to be frank, Cole. I'm worried about you. There's no need to worry. This mistake isn't going to break me. I'd just prefer not to lose $1 million. It's not the money. You've always been the type who examined every possible outcome before choosing a course of action. You were meticulous to a fault. What happened to make you so careless? I've been thinking about that myself.
Cole gripped the arms of the chair.
Trying to track down my birth mother has thrown me off my game. The closer we got, the more distracted I was. The day I signed that contract with Billionaire Matchup was the day you gave me the news about Hayward home.
Garner's dark eyebrows arched high on his forehead, contrasting against his white hair.
I shouldn't have told you until I knew we could access the information we needed. They still claimed the existing records were lost between the time the old agency shut down and when it reopened with a new name. I don't believe that,
Cole said, his throat strained.
Neither do I, but the claim makes it virtually impossible to force their hand. We're beating a dead horse.
Garner's expression softened.
I think we have to let it go, for now, and hope you get a lead from one of the DNA sites.
Cole still didn't mention Brooke's connection to Hayward home. After spending time with her, he felt guilty that he'd initially pursued her simply to gain information. Last night, she'd included that as one of several reasons she refused to marry him. He wanted to believe his motives were more altruistic now. But were they? Not that it mattered, since Garner had shot down his idea.
There's really no way out of this idiotic TV show without paying him off. I've been working on it.
Garner sat forward and typed on his computer keyboard.
It wasn't too hard to convince them that having a reluctant, surly bachelor might not be good for their ratings. But they don't have anyone to take your place. So I've got feelers out all over, although no one has responded yet. I'm hoping to locate a substitute. You mean I might not have to pay?
His mouth twisted to one side.
You'll still have to pay, but I'm negotiating to reduce the amount.
Cole swallowed the curse word that came to mind. The one time he'd used foul language in front of his mother, she'd made him swish with vinegar. The lesson had stuck. Though he might think them, he never spoke a bad word aloud.
It ought to be illegal for them to force me to marry someone, contract or not. Sorry, the contract is tight. Either you marry one of the contestants, or you pay the penalty. Nothing illegal about that, unless you're already married. What?
Cole's heart leaped into his throat.
What are you saying? The contract is illegal if I'm already married? Yes, that's it.
Garner clapped his hands like an excited child. With frenzied motions, he snapped the stack of pages and flipped through them, almost to the last one, and jabbed it with his finger.
Right here. Standard terminology. If one or more provisions of this agreement are held to be unenforceable under applicable law, such provision shall be excluded from this agreement. What does that mean in plain English? It means we won.
Garner's smile split his face in two as he waved the rumpled pages in the air.
They can make you do the show, but they can't force you to marry one of the contestants. Not if you're already married. That provision would be unenforceable because it would be illegal. And there's no clause that says I have to pay them if I marry someone who isn't on the show. I don't think so.
He scanned back a few pages, his finger tracing the lines. Then he looked up, exultant.
It's not in here. They have every kind of provision to prevent marriage to a non-contestant after filming starts, but not before. Seems like an awfully big loophole. Heads are going to fly in their legal department.
Garner laughed, tossing the pages on his desk.
I guarantee that loophole won't be in their next contract.
Cole knocked his palm against his head.
I can't believe we didn't think of this before.
Garner said a word that would have earned him a mouthful of vinegar from Cole's mom.
I never considered this option because you told me, and I quote, I will never get married, not now, not ever, no matter what the circumstances. End of discussion. I suppose I might have said that.
Cole cleared his throat, his face heating.
But this won't be a real marriage, so it's not the same. What do you mean by not real?
An "oh no, not again" expression crept onto Garner's face.
If it's a fake marriage and Matchup can prove it, they can still sue for breach of contract. It'll be real enough. We'll live together and all that. But we'll have separate bedrooms.
Cole's mind raced.
And we can write the prenuptial agreement any way we want. We could make the termination date. I was thinking 5 or 6 months. But we should make it longer. That way my insurance will cover when the baby's born. Baby? You got this girl pregnant?
Garner's forehead dropped to his desk, but his voice continued, a muffled moan.
She's going to milk you for all you're worth. I swear, you've taken 10 years off my life. Stop worrying. It's not even my kid. Her ex-husband is the father. I wanted to give her some money anyway, so this works out great. We'll set her up with a couple $100,000. I guarantee she won't want more than that. She's got a lot of pride. As your attorney, I have to warn you about this. Under Texas law, if a child is born to a married couple, the husband is presumed to be the father. Legally, you'll be that baby's father, despite knowing that's not true. That means you'll be obligated to provide child support. And with your money, the court is going to order a hefty payment. You'll be on the hook until the child is grown, unless the mother remarries and her new husband wants to adopt the child. If her slimy ex does the math, he'll probably demand a DNA test. The courts won't demand a DNA test at his request.
Garner pursed his lips.
Your safest option would be to divorce her before the child is born. But even then, the courts might order you to pay something. Hopefully, she can prove the ex is the father and get support from him instead. He's the one who ought to be paying it. I can't do that to her, or the baby.
Cole's stomach churned like he'd eaten something rotten. He imagined Brooke, forced to go after the cheating ex-husband in court and deal with him for the rest of her child's life. She was already brave enough to face motherhood on her own. She deserved better.
Look, I'm never going to have any kids of my own. I'm okay paying child support for this one. You don't understand!
Garner's hand slammed onto the desk so hard it made Cole jump.
This is going to cost you way more than $1 million. You'd be better off paying the penalty to get out of the contract with Matchup. It doesn't matter. I'm going to marry Brooke. I don't care what it costs me.
He knew he was being rash again, but he couldn't stop himself. What was it about Brooke that clouded his judgment? Maybe it was the way her eyes teared up when he'd bared his soul to her, or that she'd already managed to soften his anger at his birth mother, helping him see from her perspective. If nothing else, he owed Brooke for that. He didn't believe in coincidences. Clearly, God had brought her into his life for a reason. Marrying her was the right thing to do.
If only I can convince Brooke. I can't put a marriage termination date in the prenuptial agreement anyway. Billionaire Matchup could use that to prove the marriage was fraudulent.
Garner's sigh was louder than a gale-force wind.
If you're going to go through with this, you'll have to file for divorce the old-fashioned way. But my advice still stands. Do it before the baby comes. I'll consider it.
Great, said Garner, in a tone that implied it wasn't great at all. He stood and gestured toward the door.
Now, If you'll excuse me, I'm going to go and take some aspirin. It seems I've developed a pounding headache.
Brooke had halfway expected to see Cole when she ran into Lava Java to get her decaf coffee. She made a point of calling Lester by name, which resulted in a great deal of blushing and stuttering. She squelched her disappointment at Cole's non-appearance with a glazed donut, thrilled that both treats rested peacefully in her stomach. The morning had been uneventful, except for the dozens of text messages and voicemails from Harper, demanding an explanation. Brooke had finally silenced her with a text, truthfully reporting that she'd thrown up multiple times and gone to bed early. She wasn't ready to tell her sister about her evening with Cole. Besides, she reasoned that much of their conversation had been confidential, and she didn't have the right to share. She didn't regret rejecting his proposal, or at least that's what she told herself, though she had to admit the offer was tempting. If circumstances were different, she'd be picking out linens for her wedding registry. Having lived through the heartbreak of divorce once, she had no desire to repeat it. Sure, they would both know up front that love wasn't a part of the relationship. But how could she spend time with Cole Miller and not fall for him? Not that she'd used that argument in her conversation with Cole. Instead, she'd pointed out she would be big and pregnant by the end of filming. How did he intend to explain that to millions of viewers? Was he going to claim to be the baby's dad? She'd also argued that she couldn't film the show and keep her counseling job, which defeated the whole purpose. "It's a generous offer," she'd told Cole, "especially considering you saw me throw up twice in one day. But I don't think we should ever see each other again." And now, driving home from work at the end of a long day with no communication from Cole, it appeared he'd taken her words to heart. Swallowing the inexplicable lump in her throat, she used voice commands to call her sister. Harper answered on the first ring. "It's about time!" "Sorry, yesterday was pretty traumatic. I even threw up in the parking lot." "Uh-huh." Her tone said she wasn't buying it. "And who was that man?" "Man? What man?" "Don't play games with me, sister. I heard a man's voice right before you hung up on me." She scrambled for something reasonable to say. "Oh, him! He's just a friend. Actually, he's a client, and I really can't talk about him." "Since when do you have male clients at the women's home?" "Anyone at Hayward Home can make an appointment to talk to me," she said truthfully. "Even the employees." "Aw, nuts. I thought it might have been Cole Miller." Harper made a noise, something between a sigh and a moan. "I went back and watched the show where they announced him as the next Millionaire Bachelor. His eyes are so dreamy." "Yes, they are. You ought to see them up close." "And I know he's probably a jerk in real life, but he seems so nice on TV. Did you know their company gives millions and millions to help kids with disabilities?" "I'm sure he's a nice guy." "You probably didn't even go to the coffee shop this morning," Harper accused. "I'll have you know I went at my usual time and he wasn't there." "Phooey! I really had my hopes up." Harper's sigh blasted her ear. "Tell me how you're feeling today." "Still nauseated, but at least I haven't thrown up like yesterday. I ran by the grocery store on the way to work and picked up some saltines. Nibbling on them seems to do the trick." "When are you going to tell Mom and Dad? I bet it'll make you feel better. Mom's going to be over the moon excited." "I'm going to wait until I'm past the time when I'm likely to miscarry. I don't want to get her hopes up." "How long is that? I'm bursting to tell somebody I'm going to be an aunt." "I wish I were happier about it." Brooke blinked her watery eyes to focus as she exited the freeway. "All I do is cry at the drop of a hat. I tried to get pregnant for a year. I ought to be ecstatic, but I'm not. Is that awful of me? Do you think I'm going to be a terrible mother? Brooklyn Allegra Ponzio, you're going to be an amazing mother. Mom and Nana have been training you for it since the day you were born. You really think so? I know it. You're just hormonal and under a lot of stress, but everything's going to be fine. The worst that can happen is you go home to Bel Air and delay getting your license for a couple of years. Even that's not the end of the world. Brooke took a deep breath and exhaled. Harper, have I ever told you how lucky I am to have you as my sister? Yes, but you can say it again. Brooke laughed. You crack me up. No, really, say it again. I like to hear it. I'd better not. If your head gets any bigger, your neck will probably snap in too. Brooke turned into her apartment parking lot, disappointed not to find an unfamiliar Ford pickup among the neighbors' cars. She ought to be glad he wasn't there. He was one of the most stubborn men she'd ever met, so she'd done well to persuade him to stay away. Hello, Brooke? Are you there? Oh, sorry. I was parking the car and got distracted. I was inviting you to come visit this weekend, said Harper. There's no way I have the energy to drive 4 hours there and back. Brooke gathered her things and climbed out of the car. Why don't you come here? Can't. I'm on call in the small animal emergency clinic. But at the end of May, I'll have a few days off before the summer semester starts. Text me the dates and I'll put them on the calendar. Maybe I can ask off work. Will do, said Harper. Call me if you run into Cole Miller again. Fat chance, but I'll let you know if it happens. Brooke jammed her key into the doorknob to start the delicate process of teasing the lock open. After only 5 tries, the lock released. She turned the knob and shoved, but the door didn't budge. She tried again, adding her shoulder for more weight. It was then that she noticed the deadbolt lock. I don't have a deadbolt. Am I at the wrong door? The door swung open, and heavenly aromas assaulted her nostrils. Cole Miller's face greeted her.
I saw your last name on the mailbox, Ponzio, so I made lasagna and garlic bread for dinner. Then I realized that's probably your married name.
He stuffed his hands in his pockets, looking adorably nervous.
Do you like Italian food?
She managed a nod before her bag was lifted from her hands and a gentle tug on her arm pulled her inside. Her heart was beating so fast she felt faint. She must have swayed because Cole urged her toward the sofa.
Are you dizzy? You'd better sit down.
She was suddenly mortified at the sad state of her apartment, though it hadn't occurred to her the night before. The threadbare couch, and the side chair with a rip in the faux leather. The table with the peeling wood veneer. No wonder he was so solicitous. He pitied her. At last she untangled her tongue. Cole, what are you doing here? He knelt on the ratty carpet in front of her and lifted her hand, cradling it between his mechanical one on the bottom and his natural hand on top. She ought to pull away, but it might be awkward. She had no choice but to let him press his lips to the back of her fingers. Yet, in spite of the platonic nature of his tender kiss, a shiver rippled through her body.
I'm here to prove that it wouldn't be such a terrible thing to marry me.
Chapter 6. The shell-shocked expression on Brooke's face wasn't exactly what Cole was hoping for.
At least she didn't throw up. That's an improvement. Why don't we discuss it over dinner?
He scrambled to his feet and offered his hand.
Can you make it to the table, or do I need to bring it to you?
She didn't budge an inch. Did you break into my apartment?
No, but it would have been easy to do.
He stuffed his hands in his pockets.
That's why I installed that deadbolt. The key is on the table.
How did you get inside?
Your apartment manager let me in when I told her we were friends, but I forgot my key.
He cocked his head.
It probably helped that I agreed to take a selfie with her.
She just took your word for it? She didn't even call me to confirm? One eyebrow arched in a "this is unbelievable" look he was becoming familiar with.
Like I told you, most people trust me because I'm famous. You, however, are a bit more challenging.
I don't trust any man right now, especially one I barely know. But I'll make a deal with you. She pushed up from the couch without waiting for him to offer his assistance again. The day you trust me is the day I'll do the same for you.
What are you talking about? I already trust you. I confessed everything to you, didn't I?
He barely held his temper in check, but he knew she was simply being irrational. He'd heard that was a problem for pregnant women. You trust me professionally, but you don't trust me as a person. Her hands balled into fists and slid down to her hips. I don't trust you either, but at least I'm honest about it.
I think offering to marry you proves I trust you quite a bit.
If I agreed to be on Millionaire Matchup with you, I'd be giving up everything. My privacy, my job, potentially my career. And I wouldn't even have a guarantee you'd choose me.
I have a different plan now. If you marry me right away, it'll get me out of the contract completely.
Her eyes practically bugged out of her head. Any second, she might start throwing things around the room. Was that a common hormonal reaction? You don't know what you're saying.
I do. I've already discussed it with my lawyer. He wrote a prenuptial agreement this afternoon. I think if you read it...
No!
But I'm offering to be the baby's legal father. That means I'll provide child support.
No! She said it a little louder.
Essentially, you stay married to me for the next 9 months to a year, and you'll be able to raise your child in the lap of luxury.
I told you before, Cole, you can't buy this baby.
That's not fair. I'm being more than generous and asking for very little in return.
He stomped to the table and grabbed one of the water glasses, which he'd already filled while preparing their dinner. Noting how his hand shook as he lifted it to his mouth, he willed himself to calm down. Then why do you want to claim to be my baby's father? She followed behind him, shaking her finger in his face.
So you won't have to deal with your ex to get child support,
he said, his chest tight with righteous anger. I'd just be trading one ex for another. She turned her face away, her voice small. I admit you're a lot nicer than Nathan, but you're also rich and powerful. If something happened and you wanted to take my baby away from me, I wouldn't be able to stop you.
I would never do something like that.
Though her suggestion hurt his pride, he understood why she said it. He knew exactly how it felt to be powerless. She faced him, her eyes glistening. I don't think you would, Cole, but I can't take that chance.
I wish you could trust me.
You don't trust me either, or you wouldn't have a prenuptial agreement. And I think you'd be insane to trust me that much when you don't even know me.
I'm only trying to help you, and this would benefit both of us.
I believe you're trying to be nice, but you're also naive. Marriage isn't easy. In that moment, her entire body seemed to sag. She wobbled on her feet and grasped for the back of the dining chair beside her. Nathan loved me when we got married, and look what happened. How can you expect it to turn out better when we don't love each other? He moved to support her elbow and urged her to sit down. It seemed like all the fight had gone out of her, because she didn't resist.
Let's eat while we talk and you can think about it. There's no hurry to decide.
How long can I think about it? He smiled. Maybe there was a chance she would change her mind.
Our appointment to get our marriage license isn't until 3 o'clock tomorrow.
Though he'd said nothing to warrant her scorching glare, the heat of it forced him back a step.
I sure hope this hormonal moodiness doesn't last the whole 9 months.
Brooke swallowed another delectable bite of lasagna. She'd listened to her stomach rather than her head, and agreed to postpone further discussion of the impossible marriage until they ate. She couldn't let that delicious-smelling dinner go to waste.
You never answered my question about your last name, Ponzio.
Cole helped himself to a piece of garlic bread, and would have added another one to Brooke's plate if she hadn't waved him off.
Is that your maiden or married name?
It's my maiden name. I kept it to make Dad happy. He didn't have any sons to pass on the family name. She wiped her mouth with her napkin. It turned out to be a good thing when I got a divorce. Since I didn't have to change my name, no one at work knows it happened.
You have a close family?
He asked, before taking a bite of garlic bread. Just me and my sister, Harper. She snapped her fingers. Harper! She's the solution to this whole problem. You can marry her instead of me, like I suggested in the first place. You get out of doing the match-up show. I don't have to worry about my independence. Everybody's happy. Especially Harper. Brooke didn't say what she was thinking because she didn't want to scare Cole away. She couldn't imagine him living with her sister for 6 months without falling head over heels in love. Every guy who'd ever met Harper was in love with her, though she'd been too focused on finishing vet school to pursue a serious relationship. But if Harper were going to make an exception to that rule for anyone, it would be Cole Miller. He chewed thoughtfully and swallowed.
2 problems with that idea. First, I don't know or trust Harper. And second, that doesn't help you and the baby.
Brooke pushed her plate forward, her half-eaten dinner suddenly unappetizing. I know you mean well, but you need to get this through your thick skull. I don't want your help.
You may not want it, but you need it.
Cole gestured with a forkful of lasagna.
You don't want it because you think there are strings attached, but there aren't any.
She gave a bitter laugh. Everything has strings attached. Life is full of invisible strings. They get all tangled, and you have to cut them off if you ever want to be free. Cole abandoned the last of his lasagna and shoved his plate away.
What would it take for you to feel safe?
Brooke considered her answer carefully. Now was her chance to convince him this was a lost cause. For one thing, we'd have to end the marriage before the baby came. I don't want you making a claim on him.
You could file for divorce whenever you want. My attorney says we can't put an end date on the prenup anyway. We could be married as short as a couple of months.
Something resembling insecurity marred his usual swagger.
If you can stand me that long.
Don't pretend this is about me rejecting you. She used the scolding tone she'd acquired from her mother and grandmother. This is me turning down a ridiculous business proposal that endangers my parental rights. Cole tapped a finger on his chin.
What if we have a separate signed agreement where I acknowledge that you're already pregnant and I agree to give up any parental claims? I think it would be valid, as long as you don't ask for child support.
That's good, because I don't want it. Her gut eased a bit when he didn't insist on behaving like the baby's father.
That'll make Garner happy, too.
He wiped his hand on his napkin and moved to the kitchen counter to grab his cell phone.
I'll jot off a note to him now and see if he can whip up that contract.
Wait a minute. Wouldn't it be simpler all around if you just married someone else? You wouldn't have all these extra complications if you were with my sister. And I won't have to worry about getting my heart broken. Again. He looked up from his phone screen.
I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in marrying anyone else. If you won't do it, I'll just break the contract and pay the penalty.
That doesn't make any sense. She pushed away from the table, her chair legs scraping on the floor, probably adding yet another chip to the ceramic tile. She carried their plates to the kitchen counter. Why choose me? It's not like you're in love with me and want to spend the rest of our lives together.
It's hard to explain.
Do you think I'm so financially destitute that you need to make me your pet project? She scraped a plate off in the trash and put it down in the sink with too much force, clattering it in the stainless steel sink. She whirled to face him across the narrow galley kitchen. Because I'll be fine. I've got family. If I need to, I can always move home. Not that she was looking forward to having her parents interfering in her life again. They meant well, but she dreaded their daily criticism.
That's not it.
He abandoned his cell phone and jammed his hands into his pockets, only succeeding with his prosthesis on the second try.
It's the fact that you're pregnant and you don't want anything from me.
I still don't get it.
I told you why I never wanted to get married or have kids.
His gaze dropped to his white-socked feet. With one toe, he traced the grout in the tile.
When you dropped into my life, it was like a sign from God.
Meeting a pregnant woman was a burning bush that made you change your mind about everything? Now you want to get married?
No, well, not exactly.
He cleared his throat.
It's a chance for me to try it out, with no consequences. I get to see what it's like to live with a woman and watch a baby grow, see the miracle happen. There's a chance I really will change my mind, decide it's worth the risk. Then, if I meet the right woman, maybe I'll go on a second date and a third. And one day, if I can learn to trust her as much as Bran and Finn and Jarrett, maybe I'll get married and have children.
You don't need me for that. You could do it with anyone. Impatience crept into her tone. There are tons of women who'd be happy to marry you for any length of time. You probably have 100,000 followers on your Twitter account.
1 million. But those women all want something from me. They like me because I have money. They don't want a guy who has flaws and hang-ups. They're only willing to put up with this thing, he said, waving his green hand in the air. Because I'm a billionaire. That's true of most people, not just women.
She gentled her voice. I believe the opposite about people. I think most of them are genuinely nice and selfless. A lot of folks would like you for who you are instead of your money and fame if you ever gave them a chance to know you.
But you're the only woman I know, with absolute certainty, who would marry me for a few months and be glad when it's over. You would never try to trap me into staying married.
For some reason, his words stung. Why did it bother her? He'd only stated a plain fact, right? Rather than argue the point, she spoke her just now solidified conclusion. Being married is tough. It takes a lot of effort. I'm sorry, but I don't want to work that hard just so you can have a practice marriage with a practice pregnant wife to see if you like it.
Even for $250,000?
She refused to think about all the problems that money would solve. I can't be bought.
Plus, I'll do all the shopping and cooking and cleaning.
I eat frozen dinners, so that doesn't really save me any time.
I'm not even gonna dignify that with a response.
He made a face like he'd swallowed cough medicine.
I could also throw in a shoulder rub or a foot massage every night. How's that for a deal?
She glanced down at her aching feet, still ensconced in cheap flats with no padding or support. Be strong. Say no. His smirk was at the edge of his lips. He could sense her weakening. If I said yes, could we not tell anyone we're married? She asked. It was unfair that even the scowl he made was mouth-wateringly attractive.
Why the secrecy?
I don't know how I would explain you to my family. especially my sister. And if the truth got out, you'd be in trouble for breaking your contract. His right hand came up to rub the scruff on his chin.
We can try to keep it on the down low, but I don't know how long that will last. I won't lie to you. My private life isn't very private.
How do the other guys stay out of the public eye? I've seen a few things about Finn Anderson, but I've never even heard of the other two men.
Bran and Jarrett have always stayed in the background. Finn and I were more outgoing, so it made sense for us to be the faces of Phantom Enterprises. But I took it a step further and courted the attention.
His ribs expanded with a huge sigh, stretching the confines of his black t-shirt in a way that made her want to sigh in response.
It's too late to go back now.
I don't see how we could ever pull it off. What am I supposed to tell my family? What are you going to tell your guy friends at Phantom? Are you going to tell them what's going on?
We'll convince our families it was love at first sight, that we're crazy about each other. My buddies would never be fooled. They know I don't do love.
I'm not a great actress, she said. It'll never work.
It will. We just need a little practice pretending we're in love.
As he padded over to stand in front of her, his half-lidded hazel eyes smoldering, her pulse pounded inside her ears. His presence seemed to fill the entire kitchen. She had the crazy thought that he might try to kiss her. She wouldn't let him, of course. Her divorce had only been final a few days. And besides, she needed to guard her heart against this man with the one-and-done dating policy. In that moment, she realized it would never work. One kiss from this guy, and she would be as gone for him as Harper had ever been. To even consider it, we'd have to have strict ground rules, she said, hating that her voice sounded breathy. Number 1, no kissing on the lips. That way we can keep this platonic and it won't get complicated.
I agree, 100%,
he said, with a rasp of his own.
What about this?
In the quiet, she heard a soft motor sound as his prosthesis moved. Both hands lifted, moving in slow motion until they came to rest on the top of her shoulders. Dagnabbit! She got chills on both sides, even the one with the robot hand. As he bent toward her, she knew she ought to protest, but her brain couldn't form complete sentences. His lips descended toward hers, but diverted at the last second, landing at the corner of her mouth. Moving at sloth speed, they traveled down along the edge of her jaw, leaving a trail of fire behind. Then he came close to her ear, and his mouth slid down, settling in the soft spot on her neck, where her blood was pulsing like a wide-open fire hose. Her vision went black, her knees buckling.
Brooke?
Before she hit the ground, strong arms scooped her up, nestling her against the hard-planed chest. It would have been dreamy if the room hadn't been spinning in circles. Jostled by his hurried strides, she was deposited on the couch, shoes off and feet up, a throw pillow under her head. As her eyes fluttered open, his concerned face was inches away.
Do we need to go to the emergency room?
I think I'm okay.
Was it something you ate?
His fingers gently brushed the hair away from her forehead, then wandered down to tuck a strand behind her ear in shiver-evoking fashion.
I thought maybe you weren't supposed to have tomato sauce. Aren't there certain things you can't eat when you're pregnant?
I don't think it was dinner. But Cole... She grabbed his hand, putting a stop to its tantalizing movements. I think we'd better stick to holding hands. Chapter 7.
3:15 p.m. Where is she?
A bead of perspiration rolled down Cole's forehead, probably because it was 93 degrees on his shady bench, unseasonably hot for May. On the other hand, he might be sweating because he was nervous. Technically, Brooke hadn't agreed to his unconventional proposal, though she'd promised to show up at the county clerk's office to apply for a marriage license. He'd finagled her cooperation based on the idea that she wasn't making a commitment by simply applying for a license. He checked his phone for the 11th time but found no message at 3:20, 20 minutes past their appointment time.
Maybe she chickened out.
He wouldn't blame her if she did. After that kiss last night, he was having second thoughts about his self-control around her. Her skin had been so soft, and he'd been further enticed by her perfume or shampoo or whatever it was that smelled so delicious. Not to mention the quiet moans she'd made, probably without realizing it. Luckily, she'd almost passed out. Otherwise, he might have gotten carried away. It was a mistake he was determined not to repeat.
It's 3:25. She probably filed a restraining order against me.
She had his cell number, yet she hadn't called. Whatever the reason, it couldn't be good. She was probably creeped out that he'd been inside her apartment when she got home yesterday. At the time, it had seemed like an awesome surprise. In retrospect, he could see where it might look stalkerish, maybe even controlling. The tap-tap of heels on the pavement drew his attention, but the harried-looking middle-aged woman hurried past without sparing him a glance. Wearing his natural prosthesis and sunglasses, and dressed without his signature cowboy hat and boots, no one had recognized him. A few minutes later, a couple walked by, their voices raised in heated discussion. Busy answering a work email on his phone, he didn't look up until they were about to enter the building. The woman, obviously pregnant, spewed out a string of curse words as they disappeared inside. He hoped, for their sake, they weren't applying for a marriage license. It didn't seem like they were off to a very good start.
Not that I have any room to talk. I'm planning the divorce before we get the license, and my potential fiancé is a no-show.
Then a movement drew his eye to the right. Jogging down the sidewalk, her purse bouncing on its long shoulder strap, Brooke waved. He stood to meet her, tucking his phone away. "Sorry, I'm late," she panted, bending over at the waist. "The exit I was supposed to take was under construction, and my map routed me on some street with about 1,000 traffic lights."
Calm down. You don't want to overheat. It's probably bad for the baby. Let's get you into the air conditioning.
He tried to sound nonchalant, like he hadn't been panicking up until the moment he saw her. With his hand on the small of her back, he urged her toward the entrance.
It's no big deal. We may have missed our appointment, but we can always stand in line. This small branch office is supposed to have the shortest waits.
"You left Shrek at home?" she asked, still a bit winded.
You mean my dog? His name is Argus. It means watchful in Greek, Cole said proudly. I call him Gus.
Shrek is my name for your green arm. Or do you already have a name for him?
I can't say I've ever named my body parts, biological or mechanical.
He chuckled, surprised at her lightheartedness. He'd expected her to be uptight, maybe even to cancel.
If he's going to have a name, Shrek seems fitting. He's a tough green guy.
The one you're wearing right now is kind of boring. I think we should call him Arnie. He lifted his prosthetic hand to his ear.
What's that? Oh! Arnie says to tell you thank you for naming him.
You're very welcome, Arnie. Sorry about that boring remark. I'm sure you're a very fine prosthetic hand.
Thank you,
said Cole, puppeting the words with Arnie. He loved that it made her laugh. As he opened the door, he gestured inside.
After you.
But her good mood vanished as she entered the building. She took one step and froze in the doorway, her face the color of ash. With a 180, she was striding away like an Olympic race walker. Cole trotted to catch up with her, grabbing her elbow.
Hey, it's okay to be nervous, but don't run away. Remember, it's just a form. You won't be committed in any way. And I'm not going to get mad if you change your mind.
She wrenched her arm free and kept going, rounding the corner of the building, where she leaned against the brick wall. Her hands came up to cover her face, but not before he spied tears.
What am I doing? Forcing this woman to marry me. She's totally traumatized.
He pulled her against his chest, hoping she wouldn't mind his slightly clammy state. This seemed to make matters worse, judging by the way she trembled in his arms. After a minute, she relaxed against him, but her tears had wet his shirt.
I am the scum of the earth.
Shh, he whispered, stroking her silky, dark hair, and attempting not to breathe in the same sweet scent that intoxicated him the night before. It must have been something in her shampoo.
Just forget about it, okay? You don't have to do the marriage thing. I can afford to pay off the contract. I'll still help you with your bills.
No, she croaked.
At least let me move you into a safer apartment. I don't feel good about you living at that place, even with the deadbolt.
No, it's not that. She looked up through wet lashes, swiping her arm across her face. It's Nathan. He's inside, standing in line, with Wendy. Every muscle in his body bunched up like a cat ready to pounce. He wasn't a violent man, but he was ready to punch this guy he'd never met for hurting Brooke so badly. She obviously still loved him, despite all he'd done. He forced his clenched fingers to relax, letting out a slow breath.
Did he see you?
I don't think so. Her eyes squeezed shut, forcing out another tear. The worst part is Wendy. She's big. She has to be third trimester. That means he started sleeping with her a long time ago.
He must be a blind idiot to choose her over you.
Her sad-eyed, wobbly smile was a sure sign she didn't believe him. You haven't seen Wendy. She's gorgeous. He was about ready to declare her the most beautiful woman in the world, inside and out, just to banish her pain. But he realized a part of him was beginning to believe the superlative, and that scared him more than a little.
What do you want to do?
He asked, forcing the confusing thoughts into the background.
You want to go home? Or go inside and make Nathan jealous? I'll be glad to play the part of doting boyfriend if you want me to.
Look at me! She stretched out her fingers, which were shaking like it was below freezing. I can't talk to him right now. He knows me too well. He'll know how upset I am. Frustration boiled in his blood. More than anything, he hated feeling powerless.
Wait here. I'm going inside.
He whipped around, marching down the sidewalk toward the entrance. Something snagged Arnie and held him back. Don't make a scene. She clung to his arm. It'll be even more humiliating.
I won't, but I have to see this guy.
He hadn't felt this angry since he'd been picked on in middle school. What are you going to do?
I don't know.
Blood pulsed inside his head so loud he could barely think straight.
I'll think of something.
Brooke's stomach turned over as Cole stomped to the doorway and disappeared inside. It wasn't the normal pregnancy stomach upset. This was cold fear. What if Cole picked a fight with Nathan, trying to defend her honor? Cole seemed to be in great physical condition, but he was no match for Nathan, who worked out with weights almost every day and bragged about how much he could bench press. She only knew one thing. If Cole got hurt, it would be her fault. She wiped her face with her fingers and squared her shoulders. Nathan had taken so much from her, but there was one thing he couldn't take: her baby. No one was going to take her baby. Before she could lose her courage, she jogged to the entrance and tugged the door open. She stepped inside the waiting room, facing the back of several lines. Under a hanging sign labeled Marriage License Applications, Cole's broad-shouldered form blocked her view of Nathan and Wendy. She crept up behind Cole, listening to his conversation.
"Thanks for the pen,"
said Cole.
"No problem. It's awesome to meet you, Mr. Miller,"
Nathan gushed.
"The guys aren't going to believe this. Could I maybe take a selfie with you?"
"Have you forgotten about me?" Wendy grouched. "I'd like to be in the picture."
"I don't do selfies."
Cole's voice was stiff. "I'm a big fan, Cole." Wendy's voice went velvety. "I've done some modeling, you know. I'd love to be on the Millionaire matchup with you. I'll have this baby in June and be back to my pre-pregnancy weight by the time the next season starts." Brooke couldn't believe Wendy was flirting right in front of Nathan. She almost felt sorry for him. Almost.
"You'll already be married,"
Nathan muttered. "Not if you keep taking away my credit cards," she whined. "How am I supposed to pay for my hair appointment tomorrow?"
"Seems like the two of you fight a lot," said Cole. "Are you sure you want to get married?"
Brooke could sense Cole getting riled up. She needed to get him out before he made Nathan angry. "Cole, let's go," she whispered. But Cole didn't respond. Had he even heard her?
"I gotta make an honest woman out of her,"
said Nathan. Brooke could picture her ex hooking his thumbs behind his suspenders and puffing out his chest.
"That's my son she's carrying." "Are you sure it's your son?"
asked Cole. "Hey!" Wendy protested.
"What's that supposed to mean?"
Nathan's tone was accusing.
"Only that a woman who comes on to another man that easily might be accustomed to it. I'd recommend a blood test when the baby comes."
Without seeing it, Brooke knew Nathan's face was deep red by now. He would explode any second. Swallowing a gulp of air, she grasped the back of Cole's belt and tugged once, twice, with no response, not even a flinch of surprise. "Come on, Cole, let's go!" She mumbled the words just loud enough for him to hear. Even after a third tug, he didn't budge. "Next," called the lady at the desk, tapping a small bell. "Forget him," Wendy said. "It's our turn."
"I think you just insulted my fiancé,"
Nathan snarled.
"Do you want to take this outside?"
"No, he doesn't." Brooke shoved her way through to stand in front of Cole. Nathan's mouth fell open, his eyes blinking.
"Brooke, what are you doing here?" "She's my fiancé,"
said Cole through gritted teeth. His arms snaked around her waist and cinched her against him, like a caveman claiming his woman. Ding, ding, ding! The woman at the desk slammed the palm of her hand on the bell 3 times. "Sir, are you coming?" But Nathan was still glaring at Cole, who relaxed his hold on Brooke's side, only to twist her around, his hands rising to cup her face. Her heart thrummed against her ribs like a wild animal trying to escape its cage. She braced herself for a repeat of last night, which had left her senses reeling. His lips moved toward hers, once again landing at the corner of her mouth. That was all she could take. He'd better not move to her neck. He didn't. Those devastating lips edged their way over until he was kissing her full on the mouth. Chapter 8. Cole had the marriage license in his hand, but a fat lot of good that did. If the cold fury on Brooke's face was any indication, he'd never get a chance to use it.
"Brooke."
He hustled to keep pace with her manic strides, though his legs had to be twice as long as hers.
"Don't you think we should talk?"
"We have nothing to talk about." Her icy tone chilled him to his marrow. He'd much rather she would rant and rave at him. That he knew how to handle.
"You seem upset,"
he ventured. No response. The muscles flexed along her delicate jaw, her eyes fixed ahead on the sidewalk. Impossibly, her pace seemed to quicken.
"If you tell me what I did wrong, I'll apologize," he said.
"If you don't know, I'm not going to tell you." She reached the street corner and scowled at the poor, innocent drivers impeding her progress.
"That's not fair."
"Not fair, huh? Not fair?" The light turned and she exploded into the crosswalk, heedless of cars speeding toward the intersection. "Was it fair that you stormed inside, looking like such a madman that I had to go in there? You knew I didn't want to face Nathan and Wendy."
"You didn't have to go inside."
"Yes, I did. I figured you might provoke Nathan, which is exactly what happened. I had to do something because I thought Nathan might hurt you. He's a weightlifter."
"You thought I needed protection?"
Cole's pride stung. No doubt she judged him weak because he was missing half his arm.
"I lift weights, too, and I'm a black belt in Taekwondo. I'm also trained in self-defense."
"How was I supposed to know that?" In an instant, her tone shifted from arctic to heated. "It's not like you ever mentioned it, and I've seen Nathan's muscles. I've never seen yours."
"We could remedy that any time you like."
His hands went to his buttons, as if he might take his shirt off as they walked. "I have no interest," she snapped.
Oops, guess she wasn't quite ready to joke around. "Everything turned out great, didn't it? I defended your honor."
"I didn't ask you to do that."
"It needed to happen. Nathan's a jerk."
"You bullied him."
"That's impossible. You said it yourself. Nathan lifts weights."
"You deliberately provoked him into taking a swing at you so you could do that little takedown move."
"He deserved it."
It had been quite satisfying to put the man on the floor with his arm twisted behind his back.
After all, he's the one who tried to hit a guy with one arm.
"You're a black belt. That was like picking on a little kid."
A little humiliation was good for him.
"It was me who got humiliated." Her voice went up an octave. "What part of only holding hands don't you understand?"
I had to make it believable, didn't I?
The grating noise she made was brimming with frustration or disgust or some other negative emotion. Whatever it wasn't the warmth and gratitude he'd been expecting.
"I thought you'd like knowing your future husband is willing to stand up for you."
She reached her car, impressively wedged into a small, parallel parking space. "You're not my future husband."
Look, I know you're angry right now, but give yourself some time to cool off. There's no need to make a hasty decision about the marriage. I think, with the proper perspective, you'll see—
What I see is a man who thinks he knows what's best for me. I have a brain and an opinion, and I make my own decisions. As she opened the car door, the interior heat hit him in the face. She climbed inside and slammed the door shut, starting the car and rolling the windows down.
I won't push you around.
He tried to lean on the car, but his hand jerked away from the hot metal. He switched, resting Arnie on the windowsill. "That's right, you won't, because we're not getting married." She sounded like she meant it. How had things gotten so out of hand?
Okay, I admit I might have been a little aggressive, but I'm not usually like that.
Truly, he couldn't ever remember picking a fight before. He wasn't sure what had made him lose control. "I fell in love with Nathan and married him before I realized how dominating he was. I'm not making that mistake again." Her window went up, and he had to jerk Arnie out of the way. With a few forward and back moves, she deftly maneuvered out of the tight space. And she was gone.
I screwed up.
Cole had to apologize for being terse with his cheerful doorman. Edward had simply made a polite inquiry about Cole's day. How could he have known the benign question was hitting on a sore subject? Ever kind and fatherly, Edward had given him a sympathetic grimace.
That bad, huh? Having woman problems? Women are nothing but problems, Edward. I probably dodged a great big bullet. I should be grateful I found out in time.
Edward had lifted a skeptical eyebrow, but wisely kept his mouth shut. Cole knew just what he needed to forget his troubles. A weekend at his ranch. Now, with Gus in the passenger seat of the truck, Cole did his best to put Brooke out of his mind as they started the hour-long trip. 10 minutes out, with no improvement in his mood, he switched off the radio and called Finn through the truck's system. Out of breath, Finn answered on the 4th ring.
Hey, sorry, I was on the treadmill. At 6:30 at night? I thought you did all your exercise in the mornings.
To combat the effects of cystic fibrosis, Finn was diligent about daily cardiovascular exercise, rising hours early to complete his health and fitness routine.
It's 7:30 here. I switched my routine. Now I do an evening workout with Laurie instead. You changed your workout time?
Cole must have done a poor job hiding his shock, because Finn laughed at him.
I know, impossible to believe I would ever change how I do something, right? Especially to please a woman. But I don't mind. She's worth it. You've changed. A lot.
Cole didn't mean it as a compliment.
Marriage is all about change and compromise. It's hard work. Yeah, that's what someone else told me. You were talking about marriage? That's an interesting development, said Finn. Was it in preparation for the Millionaire matchup show? No way. I'm going to pay the penalty and back off the show. Sorry we won't get that free exposure. I'm glad you're not doing it, Finn said. I hope you know whatever I might have said on that conference call, I was only teasing. I want you to get married if, and only if, you find the right woman and the two of you love each other unconditionally. You're the voice of reason I need right now. I want you to tell me how lucky I am that I'm not marrying Brooke next week. Brooke? Is that the coffee girl? Yes, the one from Hayward Home.
Cole filled Finn in on the events of the previous 2 days. When the tale was done, Finn gave a long, low whistle.
Cole, you know I don't usually do this, but I'm going to be serious with you. I think...
He paused for so long that Cole grew impatient.
Tell me. I'm trying to choose the right words. I think Bran might be right. For whatever reason, you seem to care more about this woman than you have any other. And maybe... Maybe what? You think we should get married? No. I think the marriage plan was a terrible idea. But maybe you should at least go on a second date, if you can talk her into it. See where it goes from there. Technically, we haven't even gone on one date. I haven't changed my rule about that. That's a sad fact, said Finn. The poor girl deserves a lot more respect, especially after that stunt you pulled today. The least you could do is take her on a proper date. No chance of that happening. You didn't see how mad she was. She'll never forgive me. I've learned that when you mess up, a sincere apology accompanied by chocolate goes a long way. Is that so? Yes. The worse the crime, the more chocolate I buy.
Could a box of chocolates really buy forgiveness? Maybe he could get out of paying that $1 million penalty after all. He didn't tell Finn he totally disagreed with his assessment of the marriage plan. Cole knew the short-term, platonic union would be his best chance to experience marriage, especially after hearing how Finn had adapted to please Laurie. There was no way Cole would ever change his whole life to suit a woman, even one as sweet and attractive as Brooke. Cole spotted the highway exit at the last minute and swerved off, stomping on his brakes to make the curve. Only his grip on Gus's harness prevented the dog from tumbling to the floor.
Any particular kind of chocolate?
Brooke was trapped. Thanks to her tantrum that afternoon, she'd driven straight to her apartment, too frazzled by the incident at the county clerk's office and the bumper-to-bumper traffic to stop at the store on the way home. Hunger didn't strike for another hour, but when it did, she didn't get up and look inside her empty refrigerator for food. Resigned to making a grocery run, she opened her front door with an armful of reusable sacks, only to be greeted with camera flashes and shouts of, "Miss Ponzio! Miss Ponzio, is this a picture of you and Cole Miller at the district clerk's office today? Miss Ponzio, how long have you been dating Cole Miller? Miss Ponzio, when is the wedding?" The entire third-floor landing was lined with reporters. She stepped back inside and slammed the door, her heart racing. She knew without a doubt her ex was responsible for the reporters at her door. Even if some other stranger had spotted her with Cole, no one but Nathan would have known her name and address. Someone knocked on her door. A muffled voice called out, "Ms. Ponzio, we just want to ask you a few questions." What was she going to do? She'd seen Cole's temper. How would he act when he learned what Nathan had done? She imagined her ex lying on the ground, beaten to a pulp, with the police leading Cole away in handcuffs. She had to find a way to get rid of the reporters before Cole found out. What could she say that would protect his reputation? Steeling herself, she opened the door and held up her hand to silence the crowd. More flashes exploded in her face, but she kept her composure. "I won't answer questions, but I'll make a statement." She raised her voice and spoke in what she hoped was a commanding tone. "But then I want all of you to go away." A man with wavy red hair and a matching beard stuck a microphone in her face. "Go ahead." "Cole Miller and I are not getting married. It was all an act. He pretended he was going to marry me so I could make my ex-husband jealous." So much for keeping the divorce a secret from my job. "Your ex-husband, Nathan Riggs?" "That's right. Cole and I have no relationship. We're not even friends. In fact, I never expect to see him again." "Do you have a relationship with one of the other owners of Phantom Enterprises?" "I've never met any of them. Now, if you'll excuse me, Why were the two of you at the county clerk's office this afternoon?" "I told you. I was trying to make Nathan jealous." Lying made her stomach even more upset. She hoped she didn't have to go running for the bathroom. The reporters might guess she was pregnant. Imagine that in the news. "This doesn't make any sense, Ms. Ponzio. Why would Cole Miller go to such elaborate measures to help a complete stranger?" "Because he's a nice guy. No more questions, please." She tried to shut her door, but someone stuck a foot in the way. "Your ex-husband reports that Cole Miller assaulted him. Is that true?" "Nathan tried to punch Cole, and Cole twisted Nathan's arm behind his back. That's all. Now move your foot or I'm calling the police." The foot moved and she shoved the door closed, leaning against it and breathing heavily while she tried to calm her racing heart. She'd made it worse instead of better. A quick look through the peephole revealed the group appeared to be making themselves comfortable on her porch. Now what? Her phone rang. Part of her wanted to cry with relief when she saw Cole's name on the screen. She wanted so badly to let him handle the whole situation. But deep down, she knew he had to stay as far from her as possible. "Listen," said Cole. "I called to let you know I'm coming over." No, don't come." "Please, I need to talk to you. To apologize." Apologize? She didn't have the luxury to show her amazement. An apology would be nice, but whatever you do, don't come now. "Actually, I'm already here. I'm in the parking lot," Cole said, sounding insecure. "I have Gus with me, too. I hope that's okay." "No! Get out of here now before they see you!" "Before who sees me?" His voice morphed to the stern tone she was beginning to recognize as his "I'm about to flex my muscles and beat my chest" voice.
Who's here?
Please don't get upset, okay? It's just some reporters who heard about us getting a marriage license. I told them it was all an act to make Nathan jealous.
Why did you talk to them? People at your work will see it.
A deep growl erupted from the cell phone.
Be quiet, Gus. He gets upset when I do.
I took care of everything, she told Cole. All you have to do is go home and pretend you don't know me. But promise me you won't hurt Nathan. This time, the growling sound seemed to come from Cole. He was getting wound up, just like she'd thought he would. How could she calm him down?
Nathan's a bag of you-know-what,
said Cole.
But this isn't his fault.
It's not? A puff of air would have knocked her to the ground. What had happened to the enraged Cole who'd picked a fight with Nathan that afternoon?
It's my fault.
Cole sounded beyond exhausted, exactly the way Brooke felt.
I didn't think about him going to the media, but I should have. That's what happens every time I encounter someone, even if I'm only saying hello in the grocery store. I should have realized he'd talked to the reporters when he saw us getting a marriage license. He probably got paid well for breaking that story.
Maybe they'll ask for their money back, since we're not getting married.
Whatever happens, I'm not letting you take the flak for this. I'll explain it somehow.
I already took care of it. Her hands were shaking, more from frustration with Cole than the reporters who were just doing their jobs. I told them we aren't even friends.
But that's a lie, and I bet you're already kicking yourself for it.
Not really. She swallowed bile in her throat.
And there's another one. Look what I've driven you to.
I'll be fine. All you need to do is go home.
I'm sorry, Brooke, but I can't do that. This is my responsibility, and I need to take care of it. I got you in this mess, so I'm going to get you out.
She heard his car door open and slam shut.
I have to go talk to them, even if you never speak to me again.
You're going to make things worse. Stay in your car.
Too late.
She stomped her foot. This man had some sort of overdeveloped protection complex. The last thing she needed was him spouting off to the press. He might contradict everything she'd said. But what are you going to tell them?
I'll tell them the truth.
Which is?
If you want to know, listen at your door.
Chapter 9.
We'll take care of them, boss. Thanks, Mac. I'm hoping they'll be gone by the time you get here.
Cole talked on his cell phone as he walked across the parking lot, his arms draped with shopping bags and Gus on a leash.
Could be, but it sounds like she'll need a security detail anyway. If I can get her to agree to it, said Cole. She's a bit on the stubborn side. All the good ones are, Mac guffawed. We'll be there in 15 tops. Don't speed to get here. I don't think these guys are dangerous, just a pain in the rear.
Cole juggled his bags to tuck his phone away and started up the metal stairway. Tugging on the leash, Gus growled, most likely feeding off of Cole's tension.
It's okay, Gus. Settle down.
He answered with a low woof and went silent. At the third floor, they walked down the breezeway, then turned the corner to walk down the back of the building toward Brooke's apartment. Cole was glad the sun wouldn't set until after 8 o'clock, since all but one of the overhead lights appeared to be burned out. He spied the first of the paparazzi 30 yards ahead, a lanky man lounging against the balcony railing, a smoking cigarette dangling from his fingers. As they approached, Gus let out a low snarl, his hackles raised. The noise emanating from his 130-pound body snapped the reporter to attention, and he scurried over against the railing. Though Gus had never bitten any living being, Cole felt no need to reassure the nervous reporter or any of his 20 or so companions. With Gus attracting most of the attention, Cole passed halfway down the line of reporters before someone noticed the growling dog's owner. "It's him!" A woman's voice shouted over the murmurings. "Mr. Miller! Is it true you and Brooke Ponzio were at the county clerk's office today getting a marriage license?
Mr. Miller, did you assault Nathan Riggs?
Asked a deep voice behind him. What's in the bags?
How long have you known Brooke Ponzio?
Mr. Miller!
Mr. Miller!
The group swarmed closer, the clamor growing, until Gus let out a deep growl that startled everyone. The crowd split, and Cole made his way through to Brooke's door and backed against it.
If you want me to answer questions, you'll need to keep your distance. You're upsetting my dog.
The group edged a few more steps away, and Cole bent to whisper some soothing words to Gus. He faced the reporters with as friendly an expression as he could muster, considering they'd harassed an innocent woman. Though the paparazzi didn't rattle him with their cameras and video cams, he knew their aggressive tactics had sent Brooke into a panic.
Mr. Miller, Brooke Ponzio stated that the two of you aren't even friends, and yet you're here at her apartment on a Friday night. Can you explain that?
Cole recognized the red-haired man from H Magazine.
Hi, Rick. What are you doing here? Don't you have bigger fish to fry? Cole, there aren't any bigger fish than you.
Rick sported a huge, smug smile, glancing over his shoulder, probably making certain everyone had noticed they were on a first-name basis.
We both know better than that.
Cole shifted one of the bags from the throbbing fingers of his right hand to Shrek's untiring grasp.
I go where my editor sends me.
Rick shook a finger at him.
Now quit dodging my question. I believe Brooke already told you the answer to that question. We definitely aren't friends. Then why are we're much more than friends?
Cole raised his voice, wondering if Brooke was listening inside the apartment door.
I'd say we're crazy about each other, but Brooke would say we drive each other crazy.
Titters of laughter rippled through the crowd. Are the two of you getting married? Asked a woman from the back. Cole scrunched his shoulders up and let them drop.
She turned me down, but I haven't given up. She turned down your proposal?
Rick asked, one eyebrow arched in doubt.
It's hard to believe, right?
Cole gave a conspiratorial wink.
What girl wouldn't want to spend the rest of her life with a hot-tempered, sarcastic guy like me? I was hoping to change her mind, but I'm afraid you guys aren't helping my cause, so I'm going to have to ask you to leave. My security team will be here any minute. You can't force us to go anywhere,
said a male voice, and several others shouted their agreement.
I'm afraid I can, said Cole. I'm sure none of you would really be surprised to learn that, as of noon today, I own this entire apartment complex. So you can leave now, or my security team can escort you off the grounds when they arrive, which should be about 5 minutes from now.
A chorus of grumbles arose, but Cole only chuckled at them.
Seriously, you have nothing to complain about. You got your scoop, and now you have an excuse to go home and enjoy your weekends. Your editors can't ask you to break the law, can they, Rick?
Cole could barely see the red glow on Rick's cheeks in the fading sunlight.
Let me cover the wedding and all is forgiven. Sorry, Rick.
Cole increased his volume, hoping Brooke would hear him.
But if I try to make any decisions about this wedding by myself, there won't be one. Sounds like you're henpecked already, Cole.
Cole kept his grin steady, even though Rick's remark confirmed what he'd already been thinking.
It's a good thing we only need to be married for 5 months. There's no way I could act like this the rest of my life. The coast is clear. Will you open the door, please?
Cole's muffled voice filtered inside the apartment. Brooke stood on her bare tiptoes to look through the peephole as he thudded against the door with his shoulder. Miraculously, the landing appeared to be empty, except for him. "Why should I let you in?" she asked, still peering out. "You keep trying to make decisions about my life without asking me."
But I have something for you.
He lifted the reusable grocery sacks toward the peephole. "What's in those?"
Open the door and I'll show you, he said in a teasing, sing-song tone.
Her eyes crossed, trying to discern the contents of the bags through the distorting lens. If I let you inside, do you promise you won't try to talk me into getting married?
Ow! I think my arm is about to fall off. Literally.
Gracious! She flipped the deadbolt and swung the door open, reaching to relieve his prosthetic arm of its burdens. Here, hand those bags to me. I didn't know you were straining your arm.
Not Shrek. He's perfectly fine.
Cole strolled inside like he owned the place and dumped all the sacks on the table, arranging them in a perfect line.
It's my real hand whose fingers are about to fall off.
Though he'd tricked her into letting him in without making a promise, she was already having a hard time holding on to her anger. After all, he had gotten rid of all those reporters. Leash trailing behind him, Cole's huge dog came to sniff her hand. From his intense stare, she had the distinct feeling the dog was assessing her worth, yet his tail was wagging. He pushed his head under her hand, and she obediently rubbed his ears.
You've made a friend for life.
Cole returned to take the leash off. What did you say his name was?
I call him Gus, but his real name is Argus.
The huge dog edged closer and pushed against her leg, almost knocking her off balance. Cole chuckled.
Watch out, he's a leaner. And he's stubborn. Plus, he slobbers a lot. But other than that, he's a great dog.
Cole directed Gus to lie down close to the door, and he obeyed, eventually, after nosing around a bit. I see what you mean by stubborn. I like dogs, but I doubt one would be happy staying in the apartment all day. The thought reminded her of his earlier announcement. By the way, why did you buy these apartments? Cole's dimples winked at her.
I don't own the apartments.
She refused to be swayed by his adorable, lopsided smile. So you lied? And earlier you were fussing at me about lying.
I didn't actually say anything untruthful. All I said was that none of them would be surprised to learn I had bought the apartment complex.
His eyebrows bobbed.
That was completely true.
Technically, I suppose. Her gaze flicked to the orderly display of shopping bags. Are all those for me?
Yep.
He stepped to the side and swept his hand toward the table.
It's chocolate. Finn told me he always apologized to Lori with chocolate, so I thought I should do the same.
Chocolate? Her mouth watered. All of that is chocolate? Why did you get so much?
For one thing, I didn't know what kind you like, so I got some of everything. Dark chocolate, milk chocolate, nuts, no nuts, caramel, cherry, chewy centers, soft centers.
His anxious eyes followed her as she explored the bags. He must have bought out an entire chocolate store. Some were assorted boxed chocolates. Others were individually wrapped in tissue inside white paper bags. She selected a piece of dark chocolate almond bark. One bite, and taste bud heaven exploded in her mouth. Oh, my gosh, that's amazing.
You like it? Am I forgiven then?
Her happy tongue wanted her to say, yes, of course. But she had to stay strong. While she'd been with Nathan, she'd constantly pushed her own wants and needs aside, trying to please him. Her mom and sister had warned her, but she'd refused to believe it. If she allowed Cole to manipulate her now, wasn't she doing the same thing? I love the chocolate, but I'm still waiting for the apology you promised. He folded his hands together and held them to his chin in a pose of prayer.
Please forgive me for this afternoon. I don't know why I acted without thinking things through. And I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. All I can say is I lost my temper.
You seem to have a bad one.
I'll admit that's true.
His hands fell to his sides.
But I'm not usually like that. Years of martial arts have taught me self-control. There's no excuse for my behavior, except that I was so angry with your ex that I couldn't think straight. I wanted him to feel sorry for what he did to you. I wanted him to regret it.
And that's why you kissed me on the lips?
That was an accident.
The toe of his boot scuffed the floor. It didn't feel accidental. He moved close and reached for her hand, his thumb caressing her skin.
If you'll forgive me, it'll never happen again.
Okay, you're forgiven. She jerked away from his tempting heat. Now it's time for you to go.
Wait, we need to start making some plans. My security team will be here any minute.
Security team? I thought that was another exaggerated truth you told to get rid of the press.
We'll work out the details after Mac gets here, but something has to happen. Either we move you tonight or set you up with a bodyguard. You can't stay here without protection.
This sounds like you telling me what to do again.
I don't want to control you, Brooklyn. I just want you to be safe.
No one but Dad calls me that, and he only does it when he's angry.
I have no desire to be your father, but you need to listen to me. This apartment is too dangerous.
It's plenty safe. You put a new lock on, remember?
Someone could still break in, or you could be ambushed. Once this story hits the airwaves, you could be a target for crazies.
After her encounter with the paparazzi, she was inclined to agree. But she didn't dare concede. I'm no more a target than you are, and I don't see you walking around with a bodyguard.
If you were a black belt, I wouldn't be worried about you either.
It's not happening. She crossed her arms. A strangled grunt came out of his throat.
If you don't want a security detail, at least let me move you to a safer place.
She hated her apartment, but it was all she could afford since Nathan had left her. If not for her pride, she would have caved in an instant. I don't want to owe you anything, Cole. We need a clean break. His eyes went wide.
A break? I thought you said you forgave me.
I did, but we still need to end this one-sided friendship or whatever it is. You've done enough for me.
Not by my accounting.
He pulled a chair out from the table, turned it sideways and sank into it, rubbing his fingers on his temples.
All I've done is to make dinner, put in a deadbolt, and buy you some chocolate. In exchange, I've probably cost you your job.
I would have lost it anyway, you know. She rotated an adjacent chair to face him and found another piece of chocolate-covered almond bark before sitting down. They'd have found out about the divorce eventually.
But not this soon.
He shook his head.
I've really made a mess out of things, but I can fix it. I'll offer Hayward Homes a large donation if they'll agree to let you stay on. It's the least I can do.
No way! I'm not letting you spend any more money on me. She flexed her feet, which had started to ache. In fact, every muscle in her body felt sore. What she needed was a soak in a hot tub. Was it even okay to do that when you were pregnant? She had so many questions. Maybe she could get a doctor's appointment early next week, before the board at Hayward Home had time to meet and vote to fire her.
Put your feet up here and I'll rub them for you.
Cole patted his knees. When she hesitated, a hurt look crossed his face.
I can just use my real hand if you're afraid of Shrek.
I'm not afraid of him. I was thinking my feet aren't all that clean.
They're clean enough.
He bent down and lifted a foot into his lap. The prosthetic motor whirred softly as both thumbs massaged the muscles on the bottom of her foot. Soon she was dissolving into a relaxed puddle. She groaned her appreciation. My right foot is getting jealous.
We can't have that.
He gently placed her left foot on the floor and replaced it with the right one. From his pleased-as-punch expression, she realized he was simply the kind of guy who enjoyed doing nice things for people. Her dad was like that. As a teenager, she'd often woken up to a tap on her door as he brought a cup of hot tea to her bedside.
We should move to the couch before you slide onto the floor.
Too late. My bones have turned into jello. Walking is out of the question.
Then I'll carry you.
Before she could blink, Cole had scooped her into his arms, ignoring her protests. I was kidding! Put me down! Pressed into his chest, she got a whiff of something wonderful. Probably some fancy men's cologne that cost $1,000 an ounce. Whatever it was, it made her want to bury her face against him. She didn't tell him how surprised she was that Shrek could support her weight. He seemed awfully sensitive about it. And if he'd been repeatedly teased by his classmates, she could understand why. With no sign of strain on his face, he carried her to the couch and eased her onto it. Gus lifted his head to observe them, but never moved from his place by the door. Soon Cole was working his magic on her feet.
You could have a foot rub like this every night, you know. All you have to do is agree to marry me for a few months.
She sighed with pleasure. Maybe he wouldn't be so awful to live with after all. And she'd be saving him $1 million. So she wouldn't have to feel guilty if he made a donation to Hayward Home. 3 short raps on the front door had Cole bounding to answer it. Gus sprang to his feet, his tail wagging.
Hey, Mac, come on in.
The man who steamed in must have gotten his name from a Mack truck. About 6 inches taller than Cole, with a thick neck, his shoulders were so broad he was bursting the seams out of his black t-shirt. His entire head was shaved, but he sported a dark, close-cropped beard. Brooke sat up straight, with her feet on the floor. She didn't want to look like they'd been lounging on the couch together.
You already got 'em cleared out.
He bent to give Gus's head a rub.
I was looking forward to chasing them off. They ran when they heard you were coming.
Cole clapped him on his brick wall back. Mac gave a sharp nod.
What's the plan? Are we moving her out or making this a safe zone?
Cole opened his mouth to answer, then glanced at Brooke and snapped it shut. He tilted his head in her direction.
Talk to Brooke. It's her decision.
Mac moved toward her and stuck out his hand.
I'm Mac Schaefer, head of security.
Brooklyn Ponzio. Her hand disappeared in his huge one. Thankfully, he tempered his grip.
But don't call her Brooklyn,
said Cole with a wink.
She prefers Brooke.
Mac can call me anything he likes, she said in a challenge.
Oh, I see what's going on here. You prefer Mac over me, huh?
To her surprise, Mac turned about 50 shades of red and backed away from her like she had the plague.
I'm just here to work, boss.
Cole laughed.
You know I'm teasing you. Don't worry. Brooke's not that kind of woman.
I'm certainly not. She'd hoped her broad smile would put him at ease, but it seemed to do the opposite, judging by his shifting stance and the way his hands searched for a place to rest.
Tell Brooke what her options are, said Cole. For the weekend, you could stay in Cole's complex. Our security team has an apartment on the floor below Cole. That would work if you guys want to stay in town. My personal preference would be for both of you to spend the weekend at the ranch, because no one can even get close to you. As for a permanent place, we could locate a new apartment and have all your things moved over by the time you come back Sunday night.
Back in his comfort zone, Mac's posture relaxed.
Andrea's prepared to spend the night with you if you insist on staying here.
I don't need anyone with me. Besides, there's no comfortable place for her to sleep. His bushy brows drew downward, obscuring his eyes.
If Andrea's here, she'll be on the job. She certainly won't be sleeping. Why don't you come out to the ranch?
Cole's eyes danced like an excited kid.
I'd love to drive you around and show you everything. If it rains tomorrow, like they're predicting, I can take you muddin'. Plus, we have a lot of newborn calves right now.
Mudding. For some crazy reason, she'd always wanted to go. And who could resist seeing baby calves? It sounds fun, she admitted. But leave all my things here. I haven't agreed to move.
That's fine.
Cole offered his hand.
Pack a bag with your clothes and bathroom stuff. That's all you need for now. But, boss, I thought you wanted her moved to a safer place. It's what Brooke wants that matters, said Cole. Can you make this place secure so that nothing will happen to her things?
Mac's chin tilted up.
Of course we can.
Cole's hand hefted her off the couch. Don't go to any trouble. I don't have anything important here. Nathan got all the good furniture in the divorce because we still owed on it. She scanned the dreary room, furnished with pieces from the second-hand store. Everything that means anything to me is either at my parents' house or in one of the boxes in my bedroom. I never had the heart to unpack them.
Whatever you want,
said Mac. A meaningful look passed between the two men, and Brooks suspected Mac would use all his resources to protect her measly possessions. She was too tired to fight it. And hungry. Her stomach made rude noises that didn't subside when she pressed her hands against it.
Grab your suitcase. We'll get something to eat on the way.
Cole's smile was so big that she could see all of his perfect white teeth. Knowing she'd put that smile on his face made her feel strangely warm inside. Okay. I can't believe I'm doing this. Chapter 10.
Hang on a minute, Garner.
Winded, Cole answered the cell phone on his watch as he pressed the button to gradually bring the treadmill to a stop. He wiped his face with a towel before collapsing on the weight bench.
What's up? Why are you calling before 7 a.m. on a Saturday? Because the attorneys at Billionaire Matchup started trying to reach me at midnight. They were surprised to hear you're getting married.
He cleared his throat.
As was I. What do you mean? I told you that was the plan.
Cole took a long drink from his water bottle.
At 6 p.m. yesterday, you told me the wedding was off. I thought it was, but last night I gave her chocolate and brought her out to the ranch. In fact, she's asleep in the guest suite right now. So you're getting married after all? Have you both signed the prenup and the parental rights form? You're kinda jumping the gun, said Cole. I haven't quite talked her into marrying me, yet.
Garner groaned.
Unbelievable! I was going to call you as soon as I had a definite answer,
Cole defended.
Cole, if all you need is someone to marry for a couple of months to get out of the matchup contract, I'm positive I can line up at least 3 women in my office who'd be glad to do it. One of them is my law partner, and you wouldn't have to go to extreme measures to persuade them. If I wanted to marry someone who wanted to marry me, I'd go ahead and do the show. That's what I'm trying to avoid. Let me get this straight. Your goal is to marry a woman who has no desire to marry you? That's right. A strictly platonic relationship with no strings attached. Marion Brooke gets me out of the contract, and it's guaranteed to be drama-free when it's over. Can I point out the absurdity of mentioning a pregnant woman and drama-free in the same sentence? Not if you want to remain my attorney. That's currently up in the air. Well, if you're done, said Cole, ignoring Garner's sarcasm as easily as his attorney had ignored his. I need to get back to my run. There's one more thing. Garner used the gentler tone he reserved for bad news, and Cole's gut tightened. That news report mentioned Hayward Home, so now you're on their radar. I've got no hope of making anonymous inquiries into your birth mother's records. If they pull her file and see her baby was born 35 years ago with a deficient arm, they're bound to put two and two together."
For a moment, Cole couldn't swallow. He hadn't considered that particular complication, but it made sense.
"I guess I'll never find out the truth then. At least not from Hayward home." "To be honest, there was never much chance of that," said Garner. "The privacy rules have always been strict, especially at religious institutions." "You told me that, but I was hoping for a miracle."
Cole didn't feel like finishing his workout. He tossed the towel over his shoulder and headed to take a shower.
"I'm sure you'll think of some way to get me the information about my birth mom. I'm counting on you. And I'm counting on you to give me a big fat ulcer."
Garner's sarcasm returned with a vengeance.
"Oh, what do you know? Already happened."
Saturday morning, still in her sleep shirt, Brooke sat cross-legged on the comfy cushion that covered the bay window seat in her bedroom. Her first daylight view of the ranch revealed a grassy expanse, littered with oak trees that were probably older than the state of Texas. Beyond a barbed wire fence, a herd of cattle milled about, heads to the lush green grass beneath their feet. She nibbled on a saltine cracker, one of several from a Ziploc bag Cole had insisted she have at her bedside. The trick had worked to settle her morning queasiness, but now she was craving something to drink. Her mouth was bone dry, but not simply because of the saltines. Before she went out to face the day with Cole, she had to make a decision, one that could change the rest of her life. Thus the reason for the cell phone in her hand. With a quick selection from her recent calls, she had her sister on the phone. "Hi," said Harper, in a soft, muffled tone, as if her hand might be scooped around her mouth. "I got called in to work in the clinic today, so I hope you're not on your way here." "No, but I need your advice." "Just a sec. Let me move into the hallway so I can talk." A few seconds later, her voice was back, her concern evident. "What's going on?" "I'm guessing you didn't see me on the news last night." "No, what happened? Are you in some kind of trouble?" "Yes and no. I need to tell you something, but you have to swear not to tell a living soul, not even Mom and Dad." "Elbow promise." It was their own sister-to-sister linked elbows, stronger than linked pinkies, till death do you die promise. "And you can't be mad at me." "I promise, but you've got me really worried now. What is it?" "There's a guy who's offered to marry me." She hurried on before Harper could interject a question. "It would only be for about 5 months. He thinks he can help me keep my job until I finish my counseling hours, and there's a prenup that gives me $250,000 when we divorce. I've done some figuring, and that would be enough to pay off my school loans, buy a decent car, start a college fund for the baby, and put a down payment on a house." Harper responded with silence. "What are you thinking?" Brooke asked. "You may not want to hear it." "Go ahead. That's why I called." Brooke's pulse raced. "I'm sorry, but I think this sounds a lot like being a prostitute. Some rich dude is basically paying you for temporary sex. There's no commitment. That's not a real marriage, and you know it. And how do you know he'll even come through with the money?" "But, Brooke, you don't have to do this. When I finish school, I'll make enough money to pay back both our school loans." "But we aren't going to sleep together." "What did you say?" "We aren't going to sleep together. We'll be married, but we'll have separate bedrooms. No sex whatsoever." "If you're not having sex, then what does he get out of the deal?" "He'll save $1 million, minus the $250,000 I get when we divorce. So he nets $750,000. "And how does marrying you save this dude $1 million?" Harper asked in an "I can't believe you fell for that" voice. It gets him out of his contract to be on Millionaire Matchup. Harper's telltale gasp signaled the moment the puzzle pieces clicked together. Cole Miller! Cole Miller wants to marry you! Yes. Brooke cringed. Don't be mad at me. I suggested he'd be happier marrying you, but he's never met you, so... Harper let out a squeal that must have surprised anyone in hearing distance. This is fantastic! It is? You guys are only friends, right? I mean, obviously you haven't fallen madly in love or you wouldn't be planning a temporary, sexless marriage. No, it's completely platonic. We don't have any feelings for each other. Why did the words stick in her throat? It's the perfect chance for me to meet him. He won't be on the show, so he won't fall in love with some rich girl and be lost forever. Instead, he'll marry you. I'll come to the wedding and then visit you guys a few times. You'll divorce and get your money. Cole and I will start dating, etc., etc., and we'll live happily ever after. Wait, let's go back a few steps. You want to come to the wedding? I was thinking we'd make it small and quiet since it's not real. Whatever you do, you have to invite me, Harper gushed. I have to meet him. I'm not even sure I want to marry him. Harper came back in a panicky voice. Oh my goodness, is he abusive? I wasn't even thinking. I'm so sorry. If he is, don't marry him. I don't want to marry a guy like that either. It's not worth it even for the money. He just seemed like such a nice guy on TV, but no, he's not abusive, Brooke cut in. He has a little temper, but he's sweet to me. Then what's wrong with him? You can tell me. I already elbow promised to keep it a secret. What could she say? That Cole Miller was too nice and she might fall for him? That she couldn't handle getting her heart broken again? The seed of an idea sprouted in her head. If she went into the marriage with the attitude that she was setting Cole up to fall for her sister, she wouldn't get so attached. In a weird way, it would be like being a surrogate mother. Only in this case, she would be a surrogate wife. I'm mostly worried I'll let him push me around too much, Brooke said. After being with Nathan, I never want that to happen again. I don't think you will, said Harper. These last few months, it feels like I finally have my sister back. Nathan really wore you down, but I can't imagine you'll ever bend to someone else's will again. You were already pushing back before he cheated on you. Didn't he try to make you give up your counseling license? You're right. Brooke thought back to the last few months of the painful relationship. The closer I got to finishing, the more he complained about it. I think he felt threatened. She was surprised to find the memory wasn't as raw as before. Maybe the pregnancy was giving her some endorphins. What about Mom and Dad? Your best bet with them is to pretend you're both in love. I don't think they'd go for this temporary marriage thing. I can't lie to them. You don't have to. You know Mom is almost as in love with Cole Miller as I am. She'll be so excited you're marrying him, she won't question the timing. I haven't even told them about the baby yet. Weren't you going to wait until you were in your second trimester? Yes, but I'm almost there already. She chewed her lower lip. Mom will be so upset when I get divorced again. After all the divorces Aunt Patty's had, she's still Mom's favorite sister. True. Her stomach churning, she took another bite of her cracker. When is the wedding supposed to happen? Asked Harper. Early this week, I guess. We have to be married before the show starts filming on Friday. I have to work every day next week. Can't you get married tomorrow? We got a marriage license, but it has a 72-hour waiting period. Monday night is the earliest we can do it. Not if you fly to Vegas. You can be married and back home tomorrow night. Brooke's stomach heaved. I gotta go. She barely made it to the bathroom before she lost her saltines. Cole was on his third cup of coffee by the time Brooke appeared in the dining room, her beauty making him catch his breath. Each time they were apart, he almost convinced himself he wasn't physically attracted to her. But this time, the heat in his chest as he gazed at her left no doubt of the truth. She was the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. Oh, he'd been around plenty of women who were more polished and perfect, after applying layers of makeup and styling their hair just so. But Brooke had walked in with a fresh scrubbed face, her deep brown eyes so sultry he was dying to kiss her again. Having her around the whole weekend was going to be dangerous. Time to muster his self-control.
Good morning.
He put on a casual air, yawning and stretching.
I thought you might have gotten lost in the guest wing.
Sorry you had to wait. Her eyes darted around the room. What was she looking for?
Gus isn't allowed in the dining room,
he offered. That's fine. She walked to the kitchen door and peeked inside.
Can I help you find something? There's decaf coffee in that insulated carafe.
That sounds heavenly. She poured a cup and carried it to the table. Is there anyone else around? I kind of need to talk to you in private.
I've got permanent staff, but they all have their own living quarters on the grounds. No one's here but us.
If she needed privacy, he had a feeling he wouldn't like whatever it was she had to say. She lifted the coffee to her lips, took a sip and set it down with trembling hands. I've decided I'm willing to do the temporary marriage thing. He held her gaze, unwilling to take her at her word when she seemed so distraught.
Why do you look like you just volunteered to walk the plank?
Mostly because I'm worried what everyone will think. Cole chuckled.
That's one thing I'm not worried about. I enjoy keeping people off guard. If you don't believe me, ask my attorney.
Then what are you worried about? He was afraid her vulnerability made her even more resistible. If they got married, he'd have to limit the time they spent alone together, or he'd be tempted to let his guard down.
I don't want you to feel pressured into something you're not comfortable with.
I don't feel pressured. I just want everyone to be happy. Her fingers drummed on the table.
Huh, now there's an impossible task.
That's one of my faults, trying to please people. She'd chosen a seat on his left, so he tentatively covered her hand with his prosthetic one, watching for her reaction. Her tiny shudder was almost unnoticeable. Almost. He withdrew his hand as color rose in her cheeks. In a way, he welcomed her aversion to his prosthesis. It might keep his attraction from growing.
I'm also afraid you'll fight me about spending money on you.
Her sharp glare darted his way. There's no need to spend any more than what's spelled out in the prenuptial agreement. He lifted his chin, enjoying the fight.
How will I ever make this look real if I do that? Do you think the public will buy it if the wife of a billionaire drives around in a wreck of a car?
Fine, you can buy me stuff, but I'm not going to keep it. Or we can subtract it from the $250,000. When she tugged her lower lip into her mouth and chewed on it, he had an insane desire to do the same. Just one more little kiss. Maybe she'd make an exception to her no-kissing rule at the wedding. Unaccustomed to feeling off balance, he threw out a distraction.
You're as stubborn as my sister. In fact, you remind me of her. Except I have no desire to kiss my sister.
Are you going to tell your sister the truth? She asked.
I'll have to. She can see right through me.
He shrugged.
But Garner says as long as we're legally married with a normal prenuptial agreement, Matchup would have a hard time proving fraud. After all, plenty of marriages end in less than a year.
I told Harper this morning.
What did...
His train of thought vanished as she did it again, chewing on her lip in that tempting way. Why did his mouth feel so dry? He gulped down some coffee, grimacing at the now tepid temperature.
What did your sister say?
That she wants to come to the wedding and her only day off is tomorrow. Her voice grew softer and softer with each word until he was straining to hear the last one.
Tomorrow? We can't get married that soon unless we go to Las Vegas.
It's really important to me for Harper to be there.
Then tomorrow it is.
Cole stood, his mind racing. He was back in his element, making plans and taking action. Best of all, he'd have his family and friends in an uproar. He hadn't had this much fun in years.
We've got a lot to do in the next 24 hours.
Why was Brooke's face so ashen? Of course, she needed food.
You must be hungry,
he said.
Can I cook you some breakfast? Scrambled eggs, bacon, pancakes?
Her hand clapped over her mouth as she bolted from the room. Chapter 11. Try this one on, too. Lori, Finn Anderson's wife, brought yet another dress to Brooke's fitting room. There's one more I want you to try, but I'll have to get the manager to get it down. It's hanging in the display. Branson Knight's wife, Steph, gave Brooke a rueful smile. If she brings any more dresses back here, we may have to start a second fitting room. All of these dresses are too expensive anyway, Brooke complained. I told Cole I wanted a simple, quiet ceremony, but he's turning it into a 3-ring circus. The dress I brought with me would have been fine if he hadn't decided to wear a tuxedo. Don't worry, said Steph. Cole can afford any dress you like. But I don't want to waste his money on a fancy dress for a wedding that... She dropped her voice to a whisper. For a wedding that isn't even real. Cole had explained their plan to his sister and all his buddies, who'd shared the story with their wives. Only her parents and his were in the dark about the true nature of the impending marriage. This will quite likely be Cole's only wedding. Steph hung the latest rejected dress on the overflowing hook. Don't you want it to be memorable for him? I hadn't thought of it that way. I guess it needs to be special. Brooke peeked through the slats in the dressing room door to be sure no one was listening. Even though the whole thing is fake. I'm not so sure about that. Steph tapped a fingernail on her front tooth as she studied Brooke's current dress, a fluffy white ball gown. You're not sure about this dress? No, I'm positive that's not the dress for you. You're not the fairy princess type. She perused the untried choices, hanging from every available hook in the room. What I'm not sure about is this whole fake marriage thing. You're both swearing this is a temporary platonic relationship, but I'm not convinced. What else could it be? Beads of sweat broke out on Brooke's forehead, even though the room was chilly. We can't be in love. We only met 5 days ago. I think I'm going to like this one on you. Steph held up a dress with drapes of soft satin. Look, I've known Cole for a couple of years now, and Bran talks about him all the time. He tends to buck the system, so to speak. He's a billionaire who drives a pickup with 100,000 miles on it and wears boots that have been resold twice. You see, I didn't even know that. But secretly, she thought it was awesome. My point is, he's acting like this is just another one of his rebellious stunts, but I don't buy it, and neither does Bran. Brooke slid the silky dress over her head and struggled with the side zipper. It's more than a stunt, I'll give you that. Cole put a lot of thought into this decision, and so did I. Yes, but as far as women are concerned, this goes against everything that's always defined him. Steph helped her close the zipper. The back is beautiful, the way it dips down. Let me see the front. Brooke turned to face the mirror. The creamy white satin fell from her shoulders in a low cowl neck and clung to her form like a 40s-style Hollywood glam dress, the folds miraculously camouflaging the slight rounding of her tummy. "That's the one," Steph declared. "It looks gorgeous on you." "But how much is it?" Brooke tried to read the price tag, but Steph jerked it out of her hand. "Cole will love it, and he can afford it. He doesn't spend money on himself, but he loves to spend it on other people. This will make him happy." "Do you really think so?" She realized how woefully unprepared she was for this marriage. She barely knew this man she was going to be living with for the next 5 months. Since she obviously wasn't going to make him happy in the bedroom, she needed to meet as many of his other needs as possible. "I know so." "Let me in!" Lori tapped on the door. "I've got one more dress." Steph opened the door. "What do you think of this one, Lori?" Her mouth dropped open. "Wow, that's gorgeous." Brooke smoothed her hand over her belly. "I know, right? You're going to want some pearls, and I know just the right shoes." Lori dashed off again, a dress still in her arms, calling, "Be right back!" "I appreciate both of you for helping me shop," said Brooke. "My sister isn't flying in until 7 o'clock, just in time for the ceremony, so it's a good thing you were able to come early." "I wouldn't miss it for the world. Fortunately, the nanny was happy to watch our toddler for the day." "How old is he?" 20 months, and we've got a daughter who's 10. They grow up so fast." Steph gave a happy sigh. "As you're about to find out for yourself. When are you due?" So Cole had told them about the pregnancy. Brooke was glad. At least she could get some advice. "I haven't been to the doctor yet, so it doesn't seem real. By my best calculations and a little internet research, I'd say I'm about 13.5 weeks, due the first week of December." Steph's brows pinched together. "You're pretty small." "I lost a lot of weight during the divorce, and I haven't been very hungry." Dread swirled in her chest as she dropped her hands protectively across her belly. "Do you think the baby's okay? I'm hoping to get my appetite back soon." "I'm sure the baby's fine." Steph patted her arm. "I'm just surprised you're that far along." "I'm back!" Breathless, Lori knocked on the door, and Steph led her inside the fitting room, which was beginning to feel a bit cramped with 3 women and 20 wedding dresses. "I've got some pearls and some satin pumps. They're a size 8 instead of 7.5, but the lady told me they run small." "How much are they?" Brooke jutted her chin forward. "I know you think Cole can afford it, but I plan to pay him back every dime he spends on me." Lori folded her arms. "When you get divorced?" "Right," Brooke punctuated with a sharp nod. "Or if you get divorced." Lori's eyebrows danced, and she exchanged a glance with Steph. "Because Finn and I have a bet going. $1,000 says the divorce will never happen." "I hate to tell you, but you're going to lose that bet. Neither one of us wants a long-term relationship. Not to mention, I'm setting him up with my sister." "Either way, you can't pay Cole back for any of this," said Steph. "He said he wanted it to be your wedding gift from him." "He did?" Sudden tears stung her eyes. "I don't have a present for him." Drat that man. Why does he have to be so nice? "All Cole needs as a wedding present is you in some little lacy lingerie." Lori threw her head back and laughed, while the blood rushed to Brooke's face. Steph grimaced. Lori, there won't be any lingerie. They plan to have a platonic relationship." "Platonic?" Lori stomped her foot. "Finn didn't tell me that. No wonder he made the bet." Steph gave Brooke's arm a squeeze. "Don't worry. Cole won't be expecting a present." "This is all so stressful. I was so uptight I barely remember riding in the private jet this morning." "Sure beats flying commercial, doesn't it?" asked Steph. "I wouldn't know," said Lori. "I've got aerophobia. I take 2 sleeping pills and they carry me onto the plane." Which is why the 4 of us flew over last night. Steph gave Lori a hug. But I still love you, phobias and all.
Let's have all these things sent to your room and go grab some lunch, said Lori. I've been married to Finn for over a year now, so I'll teach you my ways.
I've been married to Bran for over 2 years, said Steph. You might learn more from me.
Nah.
Lori gave Steph a playful shove.
It doesn't take any skill to live with Bran. He's way too nice. Cole's a lot more like my husband. Finn hasn't stopped teasing me since the day we met.
Cole does tease me a lot, said Brooke, as she searched for her clothes under the yards of white lace and satin littering the settee. But sometimes he's also super sweet and thoughtful, like the last 2 nights when he gave me a foot rub.
You got your man to massage your feet? 2 nights in a row?
Lori looked at her sideways.
Girl, I think you could teach Steph and me a thing or two. Brooke seems like a nice girl,
Jarrett said as he buttoned his tuxedo shirt.
I agree.
Already dressed, Finn lounged on the couch in Bran and Steph's expansive hotel suite, the designated dressing room for the men. All the women were getting ready in Finn and Lori's suite.
Finn added, way too nice for the likes of Cole. You're right.
Cole laughed, enjoying the easy banter with his friends. He'd have enjoyed this day so much more if his cohorts were going to be the only people at the wedding. Who'd have dreamed his entire family would insist on flying to Vegas for the impromptu ceremony? His plan to throw his family into an uproar had backfired. He was counting on his sister, Mariah, to keep his parents from causing a scene, though she'd made it clear she didn't approve of his phony marriage. As for Brooke, she'd turned chalky white when her parents announced they were also coming.
Is everything ready for the ceremony?
Asked Bran, as he navigated smoothly to the kitchenette area, having already memorized the layout so he could move around without his cane. His buddies were careful to keep the floor clear of obstructions, a habit instilled since their early days together at camp.
I know you haven't had time to shop for rings. The wedding concierge made all the arrangements, including buying the rings for us. Did you buy a band to fit your prosthetic hand?
Bran dispensed a glass of water from the refrigerator door.
I thought I'd just wear it on my right hand. Guess it doesn't matter, said Finn, since it's not a real marriage. It is real, he argued,
though Finn's sentiments expressed his exact reasoning when he ordered the ring.
And I say our practical motives for marriage with mutual benefits is just as legit, maybe even more, than people who get married because of a physical attraction. I'm on your side. Finn lifted his palms. I wasn't trying to criticize. Sorry, didn't mean to bite your head off.
Cole forced out a slow breath, hoping his steam would go with it.
I'm a little uptight with Mom coming. She can be a bit overbearing. I understand completely. Finn chuckled. You've met my mum, right? Mine makes yours seem like a pushover.
Cole collapsed onto a white leather chair opposite Finn.
She has an opinion on everything. Take the wedding rings, for instance. It's a good thing Brooke wanted something simple, because Mom would have had a fit if she'd heard I threw away my money on a huge diamond. She does realize you're filthy rich, right? Asked Jarrett. She knows, but it doesn't matter. She reuses everything. This is the woman who's been known to wash paper towels and lay them out to dry. To say she doesn't believe in wasting money is a huge understatement. Almost every gift I've given her is still in the box, stored in a closet, because she's saving it until she really needs it.
His mother was also known for speaking her mind, and he worried what she might say to his friends if she saw any sign of extravagance. It was one of the main reasons he'd never invited his buddies to meet his parents. Aha! Finn exclaimed. So it was your mum who made you so stingy you've had your cowboy boots resold multiple times.
Stingy is a harsh word. I call myself prudent. What I don't get, Jarrett said, is why you won't buy yourself a new truck, but you'll shell out $5,000 for a new Stetson. You don't get rid of a truck just because she's getting a little older, Cole said. A good one will run 150 to 200,000 miles. As for hats, I have cheap ones I wear when I'm working, but a high-quality Stetson will last a lifetime, if you take care of it.
A knock on the door interrupted them, and Cole leapt to his feet, praying it wasn't his mother.
"I'll get it,"
said Bran, who was closest. The door burst open, and in came Cole's sister, wearing a stunning sapphire dress that complemented her athletic build. She gave Bran a hug. "Hi, Bran. Haven't you talked my brother out of this harebrained idea yet? I figured you have the most common sense out of this group."
"That would be me."
Jarrett crossed to exchange embraces.
"I'm the only one in here who hasn't done anything insane because of a woman."
"Be careful, it might be contagious." Mariah chuckled, tossing her auburn curls behind her shoulder.
"I'm trying to keep my distance just in case."
Jarrett threw his head back, laughing.
"You look amazing, Mariah."
"Thanks." Her face turned red to match her hair.
"My turn."
Finn tapped on Jarrett's shoulder. She started to hug Finn, but pulled back. "I've just been on an airplane with 100 other people. I changed clothes and washed my hands, but I haven't taken a shower."
"It'll be fine,"
said Finn, though he kept his face turned to the side while he hugged her.
"But thank you for being considerate."
Cole was proud his sister had remembered how susceptible Finn was to infections. She came to Cole last, folding him into a bear hug. "Where is this poor, unfortunate woman you've roped into your crazy scheme?"
"All the women are in Finn's room, Suite B. But
Great! See you later." She turned on her heel, heading for the door. "Good luck with Mom, by the way. She'll be up here any minute."
Wait!"
Cole caught her by the elbow before she could escape.
"You can't leave me alone when Mom comes. I need you to run interference."
"No way! I'm done trying to cover for you. 3 long hours all the way from Kansas City to Vegas, and all she wanted to talk about was you and Brooke. She's in heaven right now. She'll be crushed if she finds out the marriage is fake. And if she doesn't, she'll be devastated when you get a divorce."
"We'll hardly see her enough for her to get attached to Brooke."
"Mom's already attached." Mariah finally succeeded in jerking her elbow from his grasp. "In fact, she's planning for grandbabies. So once she finds out Brooke is pregnant, she's going to go ape." Cole's stomach churned.
"Do you think I should tell her the truth?"
"I gave you my advice," said Mariah, backing out the door, "to call this whole thing off. But you didn't listen. You've dug your grave. Let's see if you can dig yourself out."
"Where are you going now?"
"To meet my future sister-in-law and warn her about Mom." She glanced to her right, down the hotel hallway, and whispered, "Speak of the devil. Here she comes." Cole tried to shut the door.
"Stall for me. I'm not ready."
Mariah raised her voice. "Hi, Mom! Cole's right here. He's dying to see you." Her grin was pure evil.
"Someday you'll pay for this,"
Cole mumbled. "By the way, she brought a few surprises for you." Mariah's laughter trailed behind her as she flounced down the hall towards Finn's suite. Steph and Lori chatted with Cole's sister while the makeup artist put the finishing touches on Brooke's face. "Now, don't touch your face," the woman warned. "And don't cry or talk or laugh too much. Absolutely no eating until after the ceremony." "That's not true, Brooke." Lori must have overheard, because she corrected the woman. "You're allowed to eat those saltines if you need them. Better to mess up your makeup than throw up on your dress." Brooke stood as the tailor slid the silky white dress over her shoulders and zipped her into it, pronouncing the fit perfect. If perfect means it's so tight you can't breathe. "So you're the woman who finally got my brother to the altar." Mariah approached as the other women gathered their supplies and slipped away. The tall redhead was intimidating, her sleeveless blue dress exposing the sinuous muscles in her arms and shoulders. She could probably bench press 100 pounds with Brooke sitting on the bar. This whole marriage thing was Cole's idea. Brooke shifted, trying to relieve the pressure on her aching feet. She didn't dare sit down for fear she would rip her gown. I promise, I'm not trying to take advantage of your brother. I'm sure you're not. Mariah's tone was hard to read. Was she against the marriage? Did she think Brooke would go after her brother's money? I didn't want to spend a lot on the wedding either. That's the truth, said Lori, who was relaxing on the couch beside Steph, the delicious-looking glass of water in her hand emphasizing the desert in Brooke's mouth. Steph and I had to twist her arm to get her to buy a wedding dress. Don't worry, I believe you. Mariah arched an eyebrow. I just don't want you to be angry with me. Her expression softened. I'm not angry with you, Brooke, but I can't say the same for my irresponsible brother. In fact, I want to warn you what you're up against. Like what? Like the fact that he's nerdy? Plus, he's lived alone so long he doesn't know how to think about anyone else. Well, I'm pretty self-sufficient, so I'm not worried. I can attest he's self-centered and hard to live with. Maybe you don't know him as well as you think you do. He may be a little arrogant, but he's not selfish. You don't say. Mariah's arms folded, and Brooke knew her words were falling on deaf ears. It broke her heart that Cole's sibling wasn't supportive. Harper had her faults, but she was always ready to back up Brooke's decisions, whether or not she approved. She'd been an absolute rock during the breakup with Nathan. Cole needed that kind of loyalty. As a matter of fact, Cole's extremely considerate. Brooke jutted her jaw forward. He's gone grocery shopping for me and cooked dinner. He picked flowers for me. He even ran me a bubble bath. I'll bet he did, Mariah chuckled. No offense, but a man will show you his best side to get what he wants. I'm glad you made him work for it. Brooke sputtered as heat raced from her collarbone to the roots of her hair. Steph came to the rescue. I'm guessing your brother didn't mention he and Brooke aren't sleeping together, before or after the wedding. Not even after the wedding? Mariah's mouth dropped open. Why not? Because it's not that kind of relationship. Brooke grappled for her composure, blood throbbing in her face almost as intensely as in her swollen feet. And Cole's not that kind of guy. Mariah's lip twitched, then curved into a mischievous grin. What kind of guy is he, then? He's the kind of guy who gives a ton of money to help kids with disabilities, and he's willing to ruin his own reputation to protect someone else's. He's tough enough to stand up to a bully, but sweet enough to massage a pregnant girl's feet. Well, well, well. Mariah stroked an invisible beard on her chin. That's very interesting. Seems I have a lot to learn about my brother. I'm glad you're finally seeing it. Brooke reached for a cracker and nibbled on the corner. I hope this means you'll be there for him when he needs it. I have a feeling that job isn't likely to fall on me. Mariah looked over her shoulder toward the couch. Steph grinned back at her and Lori thrust a thumbs up. Obviously, Mariah was counting on Bran, Finn, and Jarrett to give Cole any encouragement he needed, rather than accept her responsibility. How would he ever learn to trust women if his own sister wouldn't stand by his side? Steph stood up, glancing at her watch. It's time to head downstairs. Brooke's tongue grew thick and heavy. Now? She rasped. Didn't you say your family was going to meet us at the chapel? Yes, but... A glance at her cell phone revealed the time as 7 o'clock on the dot. Her sister and parents were due to arrive any minute. Hopefully I'll feel more courageous once Harper gets here. That's your sister? Asked Mariah. Yes, she's the one who gave me the courage to do this. A frightening thought occurred. I hope no one says anything about me being pregnant. I haven't told my folks about it yet. No worries. Steph checked her face in the mirror. Cole threatened us with certain death if we spill the beans to your parents. Ready to go? Asked Mariah. I can't believe this is really happening, Brooke said, her mouth getting drier by the second. Lori frowned, coming to put an arm around her waist. It's only happening if that's what you want. You can change your mind right now. Call the whole thing off if that's what you want. You're way more important than any old bet. With her eyes trained on the hem of her dress, Brooke felt 3 sets of eyes boring into her forehead. She looked up, with as much courage as she could muster. No, nothing's changed. I want to do this. I feel good about it. Are you sure? Lori asked. You look kind of green. Nothing a saltine won't fix. She ripped open another packet and stuffed one of the 2 crackers into her mouth in its entirety. I can't wait to meet your sister. A smile bloomed on Mariah's face as she flanked Brooke's other side, herding her toward the door. On the way down, I'll give you the heads up about your future mother-in-law. Why? Is she against the marriage? Mariah laughed, shaking her head. Not by a long shot. Chapter 12.
Don't lock your knees,
Finn murmured.
You look like you're about to pass out.
Cole shifted his feet to get the blood flowing. His antiperspirant seemed to be failing despite the frigid air conditioning. Standing at the front of the hotel chapel with his 3 friends, he tried to avoid direct eye contact with anyone in the minuscule audience, consisting of Steph, Lori, his anxious parents, and Brooke's beaming mother. The gentle strains of the string quartet playing through the ceiling speakers did little to calm his nerves.
I'm worried about Brooke. I have no idea what my sister told her. Whatever it was, it didn't change Brooke's mind. You'd know if she backed out. You're probably right, but I wanted to talk to her before we started. Your wife insisted it was bad luck to see the bride before the wedding, so Brooke doesn't even know about my uncle. She's not going to care if your uncle does the ceremony instead of the guy the hotel hired. But my uncle is a pastor. That's going to make it feel more real.
Cole tried, without success, to talk without moving his lips.
It is real.
Finn gave him a "you're losing it" look.
I know, but she wanted it to be a casual, civil ceremony. That way she wouldn't feel as guilty when we got divorced. Then the families decided to come, and I pushed her into buying a dress and having the ceremony here.
He scanned the opulent chapel, complete with an intricate painted ceiling gilded with gold.
I didn't realize it would be so fancy. She'll hate it, and she'll probably go ballistic when she realizes Uncle Jack is an ordained minister. You didn't know your uncle was coming. Brooke won't be upset with you. But I don't want her to be blindsided. You could have told your mom no,
Finn mumbled. Cole glanced at his mother, whose disapproving gaze was trained on him. She sent him a scolding frown and mouthed, "Stop talking." He gave a fake cough behind his hand and muttered,
"One doesn't simply say no to my mother."
Finn chuckled.
Yeah, I get that. Mum's the same way. It's easier to agree with her in person and do whatever I want when she's gone. Exactly. Maybe you can smooth things over when you get home, said Finn. Home? We haven't even discussed our living arrangements.
The double doors in the rear of the chapel swung open, and Cole's pulse kicked up a notch. Mariah stepped into view, sporting the same wicked grin she'd worn when she sauntered off a few hours earlier. With a single, long-stemmed red rose in her hands, she moved down the aisle and took her place on their uncle's right, her narrowed gaze never leaving his. What was she up to? He was still staring at her when Brooke's sister arrived at the front of the chapel, wearing a strapless green cocktail dress. In contrast to his own sister, Harper gazed at him with bright, adoring eyes, like every other female fan. He wasn't worried about her, though. She wouldn't be so doting once she got to know him, and his mystical public aura wore off. She wouldn't like him any more than Brooke did. An elbow jabbed in his ribs. "There she is," Finn whispered. His eyes went to her, a vision in white in the rear doorway. For a moment, he forgot to breathe. He'd known Brooke was beautiful, but now, with yards of silky white fabric draping in graceful folds, a stark contrast to her olive skin and the shiny, dark locks, she was nothing short of exquisite. His chest swelled with some weird feeling. It must be pride. Fans would go wild for her when they saw the pictures. No doubt the publicity would increase stock values as well. For a temporary bride, he'd chosen well. "It's funny," Finn murmured. "From the way you're gaping at Brooke, one might think you had feelings for her." Cole snapped his jaw closed. "I don't." Paused at the back with her hand gripping her father's arm, Brooke radiated tension. Her dad took a step, but she didn't move, her face blanching. Her eyes squeezed shut, and she shook her head at whatever question her father asked. "She's backing out." It would be the ultimate humiliation, especially when word got out to the media. He ought to be upset with her, but instead he felt sympathy. Shaking off Finn's restraining arm, Cole trotted down the short chapel aisle. He put his arm around Brooke's shoulder and wedged her away from her dad. She jumped when she opened her eyes and saw him, her tears welling. "I'm sorry." "Don't be." He lifted the bouquet from her limp grasp and handed it to the confused wedding coordinator. Then, ignoring everyone else, he retreated with her into the empty vestibule, away from listening ears. "I don't blame you for getting cold feet. I pushed you into this." "That's not it," she said in a wobbly voice. "It was my decision." "Then what's wrong?" He held her petite fingers with his hands, careful not to exert too much pressure with his mechanical hand. Her earnest expression tore at his heart. "Would you mind being the one who files for divorce instead of me like we planned?" "Why? I thought you said it would be embarrassing if I dumped you." "But if I'm responsible for ending the marriage, everyone will hate me. Your mother, who wants a grandbaby. My parents, who are excited to have a celebrity as their son-in-law. All your fans, who will think I'm a jerk for leaving you." She studied their joined hands. "I won't be able to handle it." He checked over his shoulder to be certain no one was eavesdropping. At the hallway entrance to the vestibule, he could see Mac's broad form standing guard, too far away to hear their conversation. "There's no reason I can't file for divorce, if that's what you want." Her shoulders remained stiff. "There's one more thing." "What?" "Tell me you don't want to be a father." "I don't." As soon as he made the declaration, he realized it wasn't quite accurate. He dropped her hands, stuffing his in his pants pockets. "I mean, I might change my mind someday, if I can ever come to terms with what happened with my birth mom, but definitely not now. Anyway, what difference does it make?" "It's me and my stupid, people-pleasing personality. I want sole custody of this baby." "That's guaranteed in the contract we signed." "I know, but if you were all sad about it, I don't know what I would do. I'd probably let you stay in contact, and then I'd regret it." He could see her doing that. He wondered how many times she'd sacrificed her own happiness for someone else's.
You want me to divorce you and stay completely out of your life from that point on.
Could he do that? Her lip was doing that thing where it folded between her teeth, mesmerizing him so he almost didn't hear her question. Am I asking too much? He gave his head a little shake, refocusing on her pleading eyes. How could he disappoint her?
I promise, after the divorce, it'll be like we never even met. Except you'll have $250,000, of course.
Her brows bent. Minus whatever money you spend on me while we're married.
Don't start that again.
He folded his arms.
We both agreed it would be too hard to keep track.
You said it, but I didn't really agree. Her lower jaw protruded. Besides, do you know how much this dress cost?
Whatever I paid, it was worth it. You look amazing.
He let his gaze wander down her bare shoulders to the satin fabric that graced her curves. Her cheeks flushed. You really think so? He tilted her chin up, sorely tempted to press his lips to hers.
I'd be as blind as Bran if I didn't notice.
She turned her face away. Okay, I'll let you buy the dress, but that's all.
We can talk about it on the way home tonight.
He twisted to look back inside the chapel. Though their family and friends had kept their distance, every head was craned their direction. She swallowed, her throat bobbing, and started for the door. I'm ready. Let's do this before I chicken out again. He grabbed her hand and pulled her back to him.
Before we do this, there's something you need to know.
Brooke's skin tingled where Cole's thumb caressed her hand, distracting her so that his words barely registered. She pulled free of his grasp, trying to recall what he'd just said. What do I need to know? She asked. Cole wrinkled his forehead.
My mother brought her brother along to do the ceremony.
Is that a bad thing? She blinked, picking up on his anxiety.
No, but he's an ordained minister.
Oh. The blood drained out of her face. She wasn't sure how God would feel about her getting married with the intention of getting a divorce, so she would have preferred to leave him out of it.
I'm really sorry. She's just so excited that I'm finally getting married.
To his credit, he looked as miserable as she felt. I'll be fine. God probably won't count it as a real marriage anyway, since we're not, you know. Her cheeks heated.
Consummating the marriage?
A crease appeared on his cheek. Yes, that.
You aren't mad at me?
I can't be upset when you're only trying to keep your mother happy. He gave a rueful laugh.
I'm glad you feel that way, because she also wants me to give you this ring.
His hand slid into his pocket, and he held it out for her inspection. Small diamonds sparkled in an antique setting, encircling a central round diamond that appeared to be about a carat in size, maybe more. That ring is way too valuable. She should save it for your sister. Brooke refused to even look at it.
I tried that argument, but Mom says she has another ring for Mariah because this one isn't her style.
She used both hands to rub her temples, pressing hard to dispel the headache forming between them. She's going to hate me when we get divorced, isn't she? His arms encircled her, strong and protecting. Her face pressed against the hard planes of his chest, and she breathed in his clean scent mingled with a pleasant aftershave. He said,
No one's going to hate you. I promise I'll take the flak, and I can handle it.
For a moment she stood still, relishing the comfort of his sweet embrace. Of course I'm physically attracted to him. So is almost every other woman in the country. Whatever I do, I can't let myself get attached. This isn't a real relationship. She pushed away from him, wrapping her arms around herself. We should say it's a mutual decision. It wouldn't be fair to make you the bad guy. His brows knitted together in a baffled expression.
But a minute ago you said,
It's a woman's prerogative to change her mind. He laughed so hard he choked.
I've always heard that, but I didn't realize it happened so fast.
With pursed lips, she tried to keep a straight face. Well, now you know. His smile gradually faded, his expression growing serious.
Please, can I hold your hand?
With his green prosthetic fingers stretched toward her, she couldn't bring herself to say no, lest she hurt him. She put her hand in his and told herself it didn't affect her in the least. Was it a sin to lie to yourself?
I'll be happy to take the blame for the divorce. You don't realize how much
He stopped in mid-sentence, averting his eyes. What had he been about to say? Was it possible? She waited, holding her breath as her pulse quickened. He cleared his throat and continued,
How much I owe you. Thanks to you, I'm saving $750,000.
Her heart dropped into her stomach. There it was, in a nutshell. He was marrying her to avoid being on the show and to save himself a lot of money. She was a fool if she read anything into his sweet mannerisms. He was simply protecting his investment. Now, more than ever, she had to guard her heart, or it would be broken again. And this time she had a baby to protect. Not trusting her voice, she gave him a nod. So severe was the ache in her chest, she was tempted to call the whole thing off. She might have done it if their families and friends hadn't flown across the country for the ceremony. But she'd come out of her disastrous marriage with Nathan a stronger person, hadn't she? Now was the time to prove it. She could handle anything for a few months. Cole was a decent and caring man, and a platonic relationship with him would be far better than her stifling life with Nathan. In exchange for a few months of her time, she would have financial freedom for her child. His hand tightened on hers.
Are you ready?
Ready as I'll ever be. With a bright smile plastered on her face, she forced her wooden legs to move. Reunited with her father, she watched as Cole trotted down to take his place, his perfectly tailored tux accentuating his athletic form.
Are you okay, Brookster?
Her father tucked her hand in the crook of his elbow and gave it a fond pat.
Do I need to take that boy out back and give him a talking to?
The crinkles at the corners of his eyes didn't fool her. His half-hearted smile told her he was worried. I'm fine, Dad. Just some wedding day jitters. Everyone was staring, waiting for them to walk down the aisle, but her father held back, ignoring the orchestra music that announced the bride's entrance.
I don't understand why you need to be in such an all-fired hurry to get married again. Your mom and sister are excited because this guy is rich and famous, but you've never cared about stuff like that. You've always been sensible like me.
I've thought it through, and this is what I need to do.
That doesn't sound like a woman in love.
The furrow between his brows deepened.
I should have spoken up when you married that jerk, Nathan. I kept my trap shut, and I've always regretted it. I don't want to make that mistake again.
It's okay, Dad. Cole's nothing like Nathan. He's going to help me get my counseling license. She swallowed hard. I want to marry him. He caught her gaze with his penetrating stare and held it so long she was afraid he saw through her facade.
Are you sure?
Rising on her tiptoes, she kissed his cheek. I'm sure. She put all the confidence she could muster in those 2 words, praying she'd made the right decision. Cole slipped the antique ring onto Brooke's trembling finger.
With this ring I thee wed, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
His tongue felt like sandpaper as he repeated the words his uncle spoke. Why did saying the vows make him feel so guilty? Even though they both knew the marriage would be temporary, his objectives were noble, and he intended to keep every promise he made, except for the part about as long as we both shall live. He hadn't had the guts to suggest his uncle leave that section out of the vows. Brooke's voice was so quiet he barely heard her as she mumbled the identical phrase and pushed the white gold ring onto his finger. It felt thick and heavy, and would probably be harder to get used to on his right hand, since he used it so much.
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Cole, you may kiss your bride.
The face she lifted toward him was full of fear, and when he held her arms to pull her closer, he realized she was shaking from head to toe. He forgot his own distress, knowing hers was even worse.
I won't leave your side,
he whispered in her ear, before he moved his lips to hers. He could only hope she understood his words of encouragement, since the group erupted with whoops and hollers. Though stiff at first, her sweet mouth responded to his tender kiss, stirring something deep in his gut, something he needed to ignore. The next 2 hours passed quickly, but he kept his promise. The wedding coordinator had arranged dinner in a private meeting room. Toasts were made with plenty of laughter. True to their word, his buddies made no mention of the pregnancy, but he suspected Brooke was dying from having kept the secret from her parents. In a rare, private moment, he bent close and asked,
Do you want to tell them about the baby now?
Not today. Her eyes were wide, and he saw her gulp. Next week. Before he thought about what he was doing, he leaned in and kissed her forehead.
Okay, good plan.
Rosy spots bloomed on her cheeks. Clearing her throat, she stood up. I'm going to the ladies' room. Be right back. He felt a tap on his arm and turned to find Mariah sitting beside him, with one eyebrow arched high. Platonic relationship, huh? Shh! His face burned as he scanned the area, relieved to see that his mother, seated at the adjacent table, didn't appear to be listening.
Keep your voice down.
Don't worry. Mom's thoroughly convinced the two of you are madly in love. She leaned back in her chair and crossed her arms, one corner of her mouth kicking up. In fact, so am I.
What are you talking about?
He hissed. I'm talking about you acting all sweet and protective, and Brooke, who looks at you like you hung the moon. I want to know what's really going on here.
Nothing is going on.
Even Mac thinks it's more than nothing.
Mac? When did you talk to him?
We ran into each other out in the hallway. By the way, don't you think Mac ought to be invited to eat dinner? He's more than just an employee after all these years, isn't he? Her cheeks flushed bright red. Why was she so angry about Mac being on duty during the wedding?
Mac's not offended, said Cole. And there's no one else I trust with security. This isn't an easy job.
Her lips blanched as she squeezed them together. Back to the subject at hand. I think you feel more for Brooke than you're admitting. Isn't it possible you're falling in love with her? Would that be so bad?
Listen,
he said, grinding his molars.
Brooke is doing me a huge favor. She's really stressed out right now, so yes, I'm being protective. That's all that's going on.
He would never let himself fall in love. He'd be a fool to be that vulnerable. If there was one thing he'd learned in life, it was how to make sure no one could ever hurt him again. Except for his family and a few select friends, he kept everyone at a distance. He might have shared more of his personal feelings with Brooke, but only in her role as a counselor. Keep telling yourself that. Mariah chuckled, rising to her feet.
Mariah?
He used his best big brother warning tone to no effect as she sidled away, still laughing. Another feminine chuckle sounded behind him. He jerked his head around as Harper slid into Brooke's chair. With a conspiratorial look, she propped her chin on her hand, resting her elbow on the table. Sisters can be such a pain, right?
They can be.
Remembering Brooke's insistence that Harper was in love with him, he scooted his chair back to put a comfortable distance between them. She was an attractive woman, though somewhat lacking when compared to Brooke. Harper projected an air of availability, while Brooke did the opposite. And while he regularly got lost in the depth of Brooke's deep brown eyes, Harper's pretty green ones did nothing for him. I didn't hear what she was saying, but it sounded like she knows how to get you riled up, Harper said.
She does, and she did,
he admitted.
I love my sister, but she makes me crazy. I guess you and Brooke aren't like that. She's never complained about you, at least not to me.
You mean she hasn't complained once in all the time since you met? Harper gave an exaggerated wink. How long has it been now? Maybe a week? Relaxing, he chuckled.
We talked a lot in a week.
She lowered her voice. I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I appreciate what you're doing for Brooke. She deserves a break after everything she's been through, and that money will be life-changing for her. Her assessment annoyed him. She made it sound like Brooke was a gold digger.
She's saving me even more.
Oh, I know. She told me. Her hand reached out and brushed his arm for the briefest of seconds. No explanation needed. What I want to talk to you about is your dog.
My dog?
Yes. I read that article in Prominence magazine, and I want to hear about your bull mastiff. I've always wanted one because they're so cool. I wondered how one would do in an apartment.
Gus doesn't bark or shed much. He does fine in my apartment, but I pay someone to walk him every day.
Cole spent the next 5 minutes entertaining Harper with stories of the dog's antics, with his eye on the door where Brooke had disappeared.
I'm getting worried about Brooke,
he said, scanning the room for a sign of his bride.
She ought to be back by now.
Brooke's up in her room. Harper looked confused. She told me she was pooped. He stood so fast he knocked his chair over.
Why didn't you tell me?
I thought you knew. She shrank away from him. She said to tell you not to hurry, but she was ready to go when you were. Why hadn't Brooke mentioned being tired? Was she afraid to be honest with him? He was stomping across the room when Harper caught his arm. He shook free and muttered, "What do you want?" Harper moved to stand between him and the exit, her hands on her hips. When she spoke, it was barely above a whisper, but there was no mistaking the fury in her tone. You obviously have a problem with your temper, and I'm warning you right now, you'd better not hurt my sister, ever, or you'll answer to me.
I'm not that kind of man,
he grumbled, offended at the accusation.
I've never been anything but kind to Brooke.
Then why are you racing upstairs with your fists clenched? He forced his fingers straight, glancing around at his friends and family, who'd stopped talking to watch the exchange.
Come talk to me in the hallway, he hissed. People are watching.
She marched outside the banquet room and whirled to face him, her lips pressed together in a flat line.
I'm not angry with Brooke, he mumbled.
It sure looks like you are.
Well, I'm not. I'm just frustrated she wasn't honest with me. How am I supposed to take care of her if she won't even tell me when she's tired? What am I doing wrong?
He didn't flinch under her accusing stare. A long 10 seconds passed, and then her furrowed brows lifted, her stance relaxing. It's not your fault, Harper said. She always hides things like that.
Always? I thought maybe it was a pregnancy thing.
I don't think so. A ghost of a smile flitted across her face. She doesn't want to bother anyone. It's like she listens to other people's problems all day, but she can't admit she has any. Or at least, she won't admit she needs any help.
But she talks to you?
I'm her sister, but she doesn't tell me everything. Harper sighed. Nathan did a lot of damage.
I'm not Nathan.
Surely she wouldn't compare him to her ex. They were nothing alike.
She'll learn to trust me.
Don't push her to change or make her feel guilty about it. Harper's eyes narrowed again. It's not like you'll be together that long anyway. His mind was protesting her insight, even though she was probably right. Why did it exasperate him so much to admit he wouldn't have time to gain her trust within the next 5 months? It must be his competitiveness coming out.
Harper, would you do me a favor?
Maybe.
Go back inside and tell everyone I'm leaving here in 15 minutes.
He looked up at the ceiling, like he could see through the 30 floors between him and Brooke.
I'm taking my wife home.
Chapter 13.
Good morning.
Brooke blinked her scratchy eyes open as Cole's bright smile came into focus. She tugged the sheet up to her neck, even though she'd purposefully worn a modest t-shirt and yoga pants to bed.
I've got decaf coffee for you and an English muffin with some of my homemade cactus jelly.
He nodded toward the tray in his hands as he set it on the bedside table.
What else can I do for you?
Stop being so perky. She closed her eyes. That cheery face is giving me a headache.
I guess you're not a morning person, huh?
No, she mumbled, resenting that he was forcing her to speak before 6 in the morning.
I've already done a workout and taken a shower, he said. Been up since 5:15.
She grunted, unable to think of a pleasant response, though quite a few scathing replies came to mind.
Did you sleep well?
He asked. Like a rock. It was true, but only after lying wide awake, tossing and turning until 3 a.m. The flight home had been anything but romantic, as they'd sorted through all the logistics of living together for the next 5 months or so, and the exact phrasing to utilize when discussing the marriage in public. By the time she'd arrived at his country home, she'd taken 2 Tylenol and climbed into bed, knowing she had to get up early to make it to work on time.
I have some meetings today,
he said, picking up one of the 2 coffee mugs on the tray and settling into a nearby wingback chair.
So I'll drive you into work and pick you up at the end of the day.
That's not necessary, she said, hoping he would leave since her bladder was complaining. I can drive myself.
We already agreed about this.
He sounded almost as impatient as she felt. No, you told me how it was going to be, but I never agreed.
Brooke, it's not safe. When word gets out, reporters might show up at Hayward home.
So what? I'll show them my fancy ring and say the stuff we agreed to say. It'll be done and over with. If I avoid them, it'll make them think there's some great hidden story, and they'll be even more intense.
I'm not worried about the reporters. I'm worried about the crazies who might see you as an easy target.
Unable to ignore her screaming bladder, she threw the covers back and hurried toward the bathroom, tossing her reply over her shoulder. If they think I'm easy, they'll learn a hard lesson. She barely heard his mumbled response.
No kiddin'.
50 minutes later, despite her protests, she was pouting in the passenger seat of his Ford pickup. You didn't tell me you'd put my car in the shop, she complained, idly twisting the foreign ring around her finger. It was a beautiful but constant reminder of how completely out of her element she was, married to a billionaire.
If you call that hunk of junk a car.
This old truck has more miles than my car." She eyed the odometer, displaying some number over 180,000. He patted his dashboard.
"You can't compare Betsy here to that thing you drive around. She's still young in truck years."
Her lips twitched with a threatening smile. "Don't let Andretti hear you criticize him like that."
"Andretti? You named that car after a race car driver?"
He choked out a laugh.
"It probably tops out at 70 miles an hour.
As if to make a point, he picked up speed as he merged onto the highway. "I gave him a strong name so he'd have something to aspire to."
"Is that why you named this guy Shrek?"
He waved a green hand at her, the motor purring, and she laughed.
"Let me buy you a new car. I can't have my wife driving around in something that looks like it belongs in a junkyard."
"If my car embarrasses you that much, I'll drive something else while we're married. But when we divorce, I'm taking Andretti with me."
"Fine."
From his pleased with myself expression, she figured he would try to change her mind when the time came. Stubborn man. Coming from outside town into the heavy Houston traffic, it took a full 90 minutes to reach Hayward home. She was surprised when he parked the car and got out. "I can walk inside by myself, Cole. There's no one waiting around to attack me."
"I'm aware of that, but I have an appointment this morning. I'm going to arrange a monthly donation, with the implied understanding that it will continue as long as my wife is employed here."
"Isn't that unethical somehow?"
"It happens all the time. Some people donate millions to get their kids into the top schools. In this case, you are not getting anything you don't deserve. I'm just making sure you don't get fired for something that isn't your fault."
Part of me feels guilty, like I'm taking a handout. But Hayward Home helps a lot of women, so at least you're donating to a good cause. As she fell in step beside him, she realized she felt lighter inside. Marrying Cole really had taken the weight of the world off her shoulders. "Can you also make sure I can keep my health insurance for a couple of months after I quit working? I'll finish my counseling hours 4 weeks before the baby comes."
"As of yesterday, you're on my insurance."
His hazel eyes clouded.
"And you'll be on it until after the baby is born."
"But I don't need—"
"It's in the contract you signed, so it's too late to argue."
She wondered what else she'd missed reading in the multi-page prenuptial agreement. He'd hired an attorney to represent her interests, but everything had happened so fast she hadn't had time to fully grasp all the details. Her main concern was keeping sole parental rights, which her attorney had assured her was the case. Fine. She would find a way to pay him back out of her divorce settlement, which would dwindle to nothing if he continued to lavish his wealth on her. He opened the lobby door and caught her hand before she could escape, pulling her into his embrace. Though brief, the fiery kiss he placed on her lips felt like he'd branded her. "Why did you do that?" she whispered, so breathless she couldn't have spoken in a normal voice anyway.
"We're newlyweds, remember?"
His eyes darted toward the wide-eyed guard standing inside the door.
"We need to make it believable."
Of course it had been for show. He hadn't tried to kiss her or even hug her in the privacy of his ranch home. Not that she wanted him to. In fact, she'd demanded they keep a respectful distance, knowing she couldn't handle the temptation of physical contact. But he'd conceded a little too easily for her fragile pride. For a few dreamy seconds, he held her close and she melted against him. When he released her, she went rigid, mortified at her response. "I'll see you after work." She spoke loud enough for the guard to hear. "Have a good day." Cole's work kept him busy, but Brooke had been in the back of his mind all day. Even his PA noticed.
"Did you hear anything I said?"
Philip asked, his mouth pursed in disapproval. He'd been a bit put off to learn about the marriage after the fact, though Cole assured him he was one of the first to know.
"I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. You've been completely distracted all day, and we're already behind after last week. Is this how it's going to be now that you're in love?"
He almost denied the emotional attachment, but remembered Philip didn't know the true story.
"It's a new thing for me,"
Cole said.
"I imagine I'll get better once I'm used to it. To be honest, I wouldn't mind if you slowed the pace a bit."
Philip flopped into a chair in front of Cole's desk.
"With the new baby, I'm hardly getting any sleep."
Cole realized he hadn't even bought the child a gift. He'd given Philip a bonus, but now that seemed too impersonal. He resolved to send a present before the day was over.
"How's little Mallory doing?"
Philip beamed.
"She's beautiful, amazing, even though all she does is eat and sleep and poop. It's just the most incredible thing I've ever experienced." "Congratulations."
Why did Cole feel a little jealous?
"Now that you're married, maybe you'll find out for yourself what it's like to be a father."
Philip tilted his head, his gaze curious.
"I hope you're not offended when I tell you this, but the way you went through women without ever being in a committed relationship, I thought you'd never settle down. That's why I was so shocked when you told me you got hitched."
Cole repeated his carefully planned response.
"I'm surprised, too. We haven't known each other long, but everything just clicked. I knew I couldn't survive without her. But I was scheduled to be on Millionaire Matchup, and the contract said I had to marry someone from their pool of contestants. The only solution we could find was to get married right away before the filming started. To be honest, I get it."
Philip stood, his hands pressed to his lower back.
"I knew I wanted to marry Marcy by the end of our first date. But don't tell her that. She brags about how hard she worked to get me to fall for her."
Cole nodded, relieved his story had passed muster. And the way it was worded, every single word was true. His statement about not being able to survive without Brooke might have implied that they were in love, but he'd never made that claim.
"The phones have been ringing off the hook all day," said Philip. "I know you have a press conference planned for tomorrow, but I think the word may already be out." "I knew it would be. What have you been telling them?" "I read your statement word for word. Mr. Miller will make a public announcement concerning his relationship with Brooke Ponzio at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Until then, we have no comment." "Perfect. That ought to work them into a frenzy."
And with any luck, Millionaire Matchup would be ready to announce his replacement on the show. This morning, Garner had reported his lead was already in negotiations. With a new millionaire getting all the publicity and Cole losing his bachelor status, his story would fade into obscurity. Everything was proceeding as smooth as clockwork. Well, almost everything. He needed to follow Brooke's advice about keeping his distance. After his strong reaction this morning, he knew kissing was out of the question, even on the cheek. He'd already promised a nightly foot rub, but even that contact had filled his mind with thoughts that couldn't be classified as platonic by any stretch of the imagination. Yet, he wasn't really worried about her magnetic attraction. After all, she was pregnant. Each month, as her belly grew larger, he ought to find her less and less desirable. It had to work. He was counting on it. And he would be safe, despite his strong physical attraction to Brooke, as long as he kept a tight hold on his emotions. It was okay to want her, as long as he didn't love her. Chapter 14. When Cole pulled into the parking lot at Hayward home 30 minutes early with hopes of finding Brooke in her office, she was waiting outside under an oak tree. He assumed the current 96-degree temperature was responsible for her grumpy countenance. With country music still blaring on the radio, he hopped out of the truck and jogged around to open her door.
"Why aren't you waiting inside the building? Isn't it dangerous for the baby if you get overheated?"
She climbed up, flounced her back against the seat, and yelled over the music. "I'm standing outside because my boss, who suddenly loves me after treating me like a piece of dirt for the past 6 months, said I should go home early since I now have a secretary to schedule my appointments for me. I was so shocked I walked all the way out here before I remembered I didn't have a car. And then I was too embarrassed to go back inside. especially since that guard from this morning was teasing me on the way out." He grinned as he shut her door and trotted back to the driver's side. Funny how she was amusing even when she was ticked off. What had he done to entertain himself before they met? He turned the volume down as he pulled out of the parking lot.
"Isn't it a good thing that your boss is being nice to you?"
"No, it's not. I've been working my tail off for the last 6 months without so much as a nice work, Brooke. Then you show up and throw some money at them, and they're all syrupy nice to me. It's so fake. It's infuriating." He chuckled.
"Welcome to my world."
"Oh my gosh." Her eyes went as round as a wombat's. "Is that really how people treat you? All fake and pandering? I don't know how you stand it."
"I'm used to it by now. But it makes it hard to have a real relationship with anyone, that's for sure. Just one more reason I've never dated seriously."
He turned toward his downtown apartment, where his security team had already relocated all of Brooke's clothes and toiletries. Eventually, he'd get her a double set, so she would have what she needed at either home. Complaining about her boss evidently made her feel better, because she launched into a monologue about her day, including one client who shared every gruesome detail of her recent delivery, unaware that her counselor was newly pregnant. But she had the baby with her, and he was adorable. He heard a hiss and glanced over to see her hands cupping her belly. His fingers tightened on the steering wheel.
"Is everything okay?"
"I'm fine." She grimaced, not meeting his eyes.
"Something hurts?"
She nodded, her lower lip trembling. "I've been having sharp stabs of pain down here all day. I'm afraid it means I'm losing the baby."
"That's it. We're going to the emergency room."
He slammed his foot on the gas and sped up, whipping across 3 lanes of traffic to exit the highway. "Cole!" she shouted. "Stop! You're being crazy!"
"I won't let you lose the baby."
"If that's what's happening, you can't stop it."
"Maybe not, but I'll die trying."
"That's not really helpful if you kill us all in the process," she squeaked, one hand gripping the door handle while the other braced against the dashboard. Though his heart still raced, he slowed the vehicle and tried to reason the fastest way to the medical center in Houston.
"You're going to see a doctor right now."
"I'll get an appointment tomorrow," she said. "I don't want to be one of those women."
"Who are those women?"
"The kind of women who demand special treatment."
"You certainly aren't that kind of woman," he said. "Fortunately for you, I am that kind of man."
He punched the hands-free call button on his steering wheel to contact his friend, Dave Harrison, who answered on the second ring.
"Dave, I've got a medical emergency. Where are you right now?" "Hey, Cole."
He was out of breath.
"I'm working out, but I'm in the gym above my office. What's wrong?" "I've got a friend with a problem. Actually, it's my wife." "Your wife?"
Thank you for listening. Every melody and every story here is free for you. Take a few moments to relax and enjoy the music.